Chun Xiang realized that it would not be easy for him to infiltrate the super martial school. The protection of the super martial school was extremely tight. He had no choice but to change into the appearance of a super martial school disciple and use his previous jade tablet to enter. Chun Xiang realized that it would not be easy for him to infiltrate the super martial school. The protection of the super martial school was extremely tight. He had no choice but to change into the appearance of a super martial school disciple and use his previous jade tablet to enter, now that he had been expelled by the super martial school. If he were to appear here, the ancient powers would definitely make things difficult for him. Right now, the super martial school was developing very quickly and had already become a thorn in the eye of the ancient powers. Chun Xiang made some inquiries in the super martial school, and after finding out that Yin Xiaodao and the others were not here, he was brought away by Gu Dongqin. 10 days ago, Gu Dongqin brought 50 disciples with him. It was unknown where he went. Yin Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others were among them. Chun Xiang released his divine power and probed the experts in the super martial school. He needed to find either Wu Keiming or Huang Jintian as soon as possible. Most of the super martial school's rankers were inside the super martial profound realm, so it was not easy for Chun Xiang to enter, but had to go inside, for Wu Keiming and Huang Jintian were not outside. He came to a place where there was no one around, took out his Luotian gate, and opened a door. He entered the super martial profound realm through a spatial door and arrived at Wu Keiming's residence. Chun Xiang had just appeared in the small courtyard of Wu Keiming's house, releasing a terrifying aura. The person who came was really his master, Huang Jintian. Huang Jintian wore a white robe and had a beard. His pale white hair was combed extremely neatly, and he seemed to be briming with vitality, giving off the vibe of an expert. "Master," Chun Xiang growled, and immediately transformed into his own appearance. "Ouch!" Chun Xiang was even hit on the head heavily by Huang Jintian, but Huang Jintian was still smiling as he patted his head. "You little brat, you actually know how to come back and see me!" Chun Xiang did not come back to look at this madman. Every time he saw Huang Jintian, he would most likely be beaten up. "I have a lot of conscience to begin with. If I wasn't in such a terrible situation, I would come back to see you." Chun Xiang laughed. Huang Jintian brought Chun Xiang into the house and looked at him indifferently. "Kid, what are you thinking about in your heart? I don't know. Don't even think about lying to me. Why are you looking for me?" Chun Xiang curled his lips. "I am indeed not here to look for you. You are an old man that doesn't die. What is there to worry about? I am here to look for Yin Xiaodao and the others." "I knew it. You are too unfilial." Huang Jintian purposely got angry and arrived in front of Chun Xiang in a flash as amaze. Plussing his fist ruthlessly onto Chun Xiang's head, causing Chun Xiang to scream like a pig being butchered. Chun Xiang had an unhappy look on his face. "Master, you old man kicked me out of super martial school and didn't even greet me. I didn't say anything." "Humph, after you were expelled by me. Didn't you have quite a good time?" "His reputation is even greater than mine." Huang Jintian smiled lightly. "However, having a disciple like you is quite satisfying. You haven't done anything bad in the past few days, so I thought you were dead. The limelight has been stolen by that dragon subduing school, and Li Baojun, how boring." He still did not plan to tell Huang Jintian about the dragon subduing school, as he wanted to find a suitable opportunity. Now that he said that he was the leader of the dragon subduing school, it was not enough to scare Huang Jintian to death. A lad and the little Baldy led a team to the east, which is the place where 3 realms talk is gathered. There is a place called Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory there, and nearby there is a Heaven Thunder City. Huang Jintian said, "Why are they bringing so many disciples there?" Chun Xiang asked in surprise, 3 realms talk. But before that, they have to send all of those disciples into the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory. Huang Jintian looked at Chun Xiang in shock. "Don't you know about the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory?" Of course, Chun Xiang knew. that Heaven Thunder Purgatory was still the place his grandfather had pointed to. The Three Realms talk is being held in the Heaven Thunder City. That city was just established. Huang Jintian took a sip of tea and said, Heaven Thunder Purgatory was originally a very dangerous place to die, but in this period of time there was a sudden change. In the center of the Heavenly Thunder Whirlpool, there was a large amount of spatial energy fluctuations. However, when we enter, we will need the protection of some experts to avoid being struck by lightning. The Heaven Thunder Purgatory is a lot quieter now. I'm not sure what kind of things are inside, but I do know that it is related to the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. It should have been created by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Chun Xiang frowned. The Heaven Thunder Purgatory was a huge vortex of lightning that floated high up in the sky, covering a large area of the sky. If it was really a place that was built by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, then maybe the Celestial Slain Method was hidden inside. He did not expect to find Celestial Slain Method in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, because he had yet to grasp the G.O.D. Slain Method, and it was only around the corner. In order to obtain the Celestial Slain Method, one might need to master G.O.D.'s kill and Earth's kill. They brought their disciples in to gain experience. It is said that there is another compet, one Tian. The demon and devil realms went, as well as a large group of rogue cultivators. It would be a pity if you did not attend such a lively event. Qin Xiang laughed. Now that I know, of course I'll go. Then why don't you hurry up? But you have to be careful. There are many people gathering there to join the Three Realms talk. Huang Jintian warned. Master, will Super Martial School partake? 1 P8 in that compet. 1 Tian? Qin Xiang asked. Of course. I'll have to attend it myself when the time comes. There are many sects in Chun Martial Continent that can go there, such as Dan Fragrance Pure Land, Lotus Island, and the Divine Weapon Sect. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't find them. Chun Xiang had contacted some of the higher-ups in the Dan Fragrance Pure Land, but Hua Xiangyue was not in the Dan Fragrance Pure Land. Little brat, you got those 2 female leaderess? Huang Jintian laughed and asked. Nope. Chen Xiang waved and turned towards the door. Huang Jintian saw that he had left just like that, so he immediately rushed forward and kicked his B.U.T. fiercely. If you don't say goodbye to me, then where did your manners go? Qin Xiang was kicked flying SMAs. Plussing a door and a wall, his entire person was covered in dust and dirt. He cursed a few times in his heart, then respectfully said, Master, disciple will take his leave. Seeing Chun Xiang leave through the dimensional door, Huang Jintian muttered, This guy has a lot of good stuff. No wonder he lives even more carefree than me. Chun Xiang hurried back to Pill City to find Li Baojun and the others. He wanted to take Lan Lan and Yan Yanran to visit the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. Of course, for safety's sake, he felt that he should invite G.O.D. White Tiger out in advance. In an old house in Dan City, Duan Sanchong and Li Baojun were boasting when Qin Xiang suddenly walked in. In an old house in Dan City, Duan Sanchong and Li Baojun were boasting when Qin Xiang suddenly walked in. Brother leader, you're back so quickly? Didn't you say to go and get some people? So you're alone? Duan Sanchong asked. Chang Zi, have you gone to find your great-uncle yet? Chun Xiang did not immediately answer and anxiously asked. No, they're no longer in Pill City. Furthermore, they are no longer at our secret hiding spot. I will have to wait for a while. Duan Sanchong had already told Qin Xiang before that the members of the Duan clan would always travel swiftly, but they would set a time to gather. Lan Lan and Yanran also received Qin Xiang's message and rushed back. They were in Pill City gathering information. These 2 beauties had both disguised themselves so that they appeared to be very ordinary. Otherwise, based on their figure and faces, they would definitely be able to attract the gazes of many people. I just returned to Super Martial School. My master told me that a lot of people had started to go partake. 1 P8 in Three Realms talk and they even held a compet. One Tian. My junior nephew Gudong Chin brought 50 disciples to Heaven Thunder Purgatory, and there was a change in Heaven Thunder Purgatory. Chun Xiang quickly explained the Heaven Thunder Purgatory's situation to her. Could it be that he brought disciple inside to gain experience? Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought 50 elites in one go. Yanran frowned. Furthermore, they have hidden this information well, and we don't even know about it. My master said that there was a large group of rogue cultivators that went there. So how could the news not spread out? Could it be that the Heaven Thunder City is being controlled? Qinxiang guessed. Duan Sanchong paced back and forth in the hall. My grandfather might be inside. My grandfather is the #1 enemy of many ancient powers, and my grandfather might have also went there. This is a treasure land left behind by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Maybe something good is hidden inside. Lan Lan looked at Li Baojun and charmingly said, Elderly, bring us juniors to broaden our horizons. The leader S and a few clan elders of the Dragon Subduing School were all targeted by the ancient powers. Yanran was the mysterious 9 lives demon cat. Lan Lan toyed with the son of the leader. Duan Sanchong lost the ancestors' tomb of the Flying Immortal School. Li Baojun killed the Dan King and sealed the 10 strong warriors. Qin Xiang didn't have to say anything. In the eyes of the ancient powers, they were a group of felons. Li Baojun looked at Qin Xiang. He had to see what Qin Xiang meant. There were many strong warriors in the other powers, but they only had Li Baojun, the only one who could support them for the time being. Leader and the few elders were all growing, but compared to their peers, they were considered to be out of the group. Go, but you don't need the elderly. You have to stay here and wait for the dragon subduing city to finish building. Qin Xiang took out a jade tablet, dripped some blood on it, then quickly drew a few spirit grain S. He pa-s, said them to Li Baojun. As long as you take this jade tablet, you can freely enter Evil Dragon Graveyard. Li Baojun said in surprise, How can I bring you guys without me? Qin Xiang laughed. I will ask the other guy to bring us there. In the future, elderly, just focus on refining pills and just manage the pill business. This guy really has some background. Just like this, Qin Xiang brought Duan Sanchong, Yanran and Lan Lan to the White Tiger Profound Realm. The moment they entered, Yanran felt a mysterious and familiar aura, but at the same time she felt fear. Lan Lan was skipping about in the beautiful forest that was full of life, while asking Qin Xiang what kind of profound realm he was in. The White Tiger Profound Realm was very beautiful, with bird song and fragrant flowers. It was a large tree that released a sweet fragrance, but right now, only Qin Xiang did not feel any pressure. Duan Sanchong, Yanran and Lan Lan started to feel more and more that powerful invisible pressure. Yanran in particular, her charming jade face turned slightly pale. Qin Xiang originally thought that he would have to go to the White Tiger Fighting Race's residence to go find the White Tiger. However, what surprised him was that the White Tiger suddenly appeared in front of them with a warm smile. Seeing this average-looking middle-aged man, Yanran was immediately drenched in sweat and almost lost his balance. Lan Lan and Duan Sanchong's faces were also filled with fear, but they were not like Yanran. Senior, Qin Xiang knew that the White Tiger was probing Yanran and the others. The White Tiger smiled faintly and retracted the formless energy. It looked at Yanran and said intimately, You are the 9 lives demon cat. Do you remember anything? There's something about your parents, and living is something that concerns your race. Qin Xiang suddenly thought that the tiger and cat had a relations. I plus P, but the White Tiger was actually very rare and precious. Maybe Yanran could be like Baijinjin and have the White Tiger instruct him in cultivation. Yanran shook her head. I was adopted by an old granny. After she raised me up, she sent me to a sect. Not knowing why, Yen Yanran trusted the middle-aged man in front of her extremely. She didn't know the ident. One, tie of the middle-aged man, but she felt a sense of familiarity. Of course. She was also shocked by the white tiger's power. It was much stronger than the Li Baojun she had met. With Duan Sanchong and Lon Lon at the side, even the white tiger was careful. The 9 Lives cat race had some connections with us. It could be said that they were all one family back then, but after we lost them all in the great battle, I thought that the 9 Lives cat race would have lost its bloodline. I didn't expect to meet them here. The white tiger looked at Chen Xiang and asked, "Can you let her stay by my side for a while? She should have inherited the memories of the 9 Lives cat race, but she hasn't fully awakened yet." Long Shui did not know about the 9 Lives demon cat, either. The Imperial Dragon race could be said to have a very good understanding of the white tiger, but she did not know that the white tiger fighting race actually had such a mysterious alliance. Chun Xiang looked at Yan Yanran and said, "That depends on her intentions." Yan Yanran nodded. She also wanted to find out the ident. 1. Tie of her 9 Lives demon cat. She felt that there was a very strong power hidden within her body. She felt that the person in front of her could help her activate it. "These are your friends." The white tiger then looked at Lon Lon and Duan Sanchong. His eyes looked very friendly, but it was as if he could see through every single person's hidden secrets. "Yes, and he's an elder of my dragon subduing school." Chun Xiang laughed. Dragon subduing school? He was the dragon subduing school that was now the talk of the town? I never thought that the dragon vein would end up in your hands. How did you obtain it? He felt that it would be difficult for Chun Xiang to obtain that dragon vein by himself. Back then, his eldest disciple, 10 Heaven Supreme Lord, was only able to obtain it because he had a large amount of help from his own body. "Because I have an imperial crystal." The white tiger suddenly realized something and nodded its head. It did not question anymore and looked towards Lon Lon. She hid behind Yan Yanran, making him laugh out loud. "Don't worry, it's not like I'll eat you. You are a part of the Human King clan's Blue Blood division, and the Human King was once a good friend of Chi-S, H.I. plus." Duan Sanchong felt that the person in front of him was extremely terrifying. He did not expect that during the primordial era there would still be someone who had survived until now, and that there were actually so many things about it. Lon Lon asked softly, "Uncle, are you going to join the leader as well?" Lon Lon asked softly, "Uncle, are you going to join the leader as well?" Dragon subduing school? This name would offend a strong person, and you guys are actually not afraid. Of course, he wouldn't join the dragon subduing school, but he had promised Qin Xiang that he would help him partake. 1. P8 in the 3 realms talk. Long Shui lightly snorted from inside the ring. "What's there to be afraid of? This is something that this heavenly dragon supreme lord agrees to, specially used to suppress that group of old dragons. Little guy, your resentment is not small. You finally know why you appeared in Ditian." He was actually able to hear what was going on inside the ring. Long Shui did not make a sound. He only snorted a little angrily. Lon Lon was no longer so afraid because the white tiger was no longer looking at her. It was looking at Duan Sanchong instead. Duan Sanchong muttered in his heart, "I am a normal person. I don't have a blue bloodline, nor am I a demon. Is it because I'm too handsome?" The white tiger only smiled and did not say anything. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he seemed to have seen something from Duan Sanchong's body. The white tiger secretly sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, not wanting to expose his ident. 1. Tai as the white tiger. It then said to Yan Yanran, "You can stay here right now." Yan Yanran nodded, then looked at Lon Lon. "Senior, can she be with me?" "Of course you can." The white tiger replied with a smile. Although these 2 women were staying here for the time being, it was still a great thing. Following that, Chun Xiang briefly explained to the white tiger about the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. The white tiger slightly frowned and said, "This place was opened a little too early, Could it be that we discovered some unforeseen event? But you can't go. The 9 Lives Cat Race, the Mortal King clan, and the Duan clan have all helped Chi plus before, so it would be best if you don't go. The White Tiger looked at Duan Sanchong, Lon Lon, and Yen Yenran. Why? Duan Sanchong was shocked. My grandfather might be inside there, my great-uncle, and the others might have also entered. The White Tiger had obviously already known that Duan Sanchong was a member of the Duan clan. The Heaven Thunder Purgatory was not established by Chi plus, it was the battlefield. The White Tiger said, could it be the place where the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord died? Duan Sanchong lost his voice and shouted, that is an extremely vicious place. My Duan clan and the Iron Lion army were cursed inside. The White Tiger nodded, then shook its head. That place is the paradise of traitors. It was a trap set up for Chi plus all those years ago. Chi plus didn't die inside. He was only severely injured while he was inside. Like the subordinates he brought, they most likely died inside, and only a few could escape. Your Duan clan's patriarch surely knows that if they still dared to take the risk and enter, they might have already realized something and searched for some things that they had to find. Yen Yenran and Lon Lon only felt extremely regretful. After that, they followed the White Tiger and entered the depths of the forest, while Chen Xiang left the White Tiger profound realm with Duan Sanchong. Leader, if you see our Duan clan members, please save them. Duan Sanchong was extremely worried. He knew his own strength well, and if he went in with Chen Xiang, it might only cause Chen Xiang more trouble. Originally, Chen Xiang planned to let the White Tiger go with him, but that was also to ensure the safety of Duan Sanchong and the others. Now, only he could go by himself, so he didn't need the White Tiger to come out. Duan Sanchong went to look for Li Baojun, while Chen Xiang headed to Heaven Thunder City. Chen Xiangpa said through the large ancient legends of the City of the King, and arrived at the distant east side, the Heaven Thunder City. The Heaven Thunder City was a city that was just established. It was jointly built by many great powers in the east. The big shots in the east wanted to use the Heaven Thunder Purgatory to turn the Heaven Thunder City into a bustling city. This city was the same as other large cities. Although it had just been built, there were many people here, and many new buildings looked very comfortable. Chun Xiang appeared in the transmitting square, but he immediately realized that the legendary formation could only be teleported to here. It couldn't be teleported to anywhere else. The entire city has been sealed off. You can't leave, Long Shui said. Chun Xiang raised his head and looked into the distance. It was as if a gigantic golden hat was floating above the blue sky, and this was the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, the gigantic whirlpool. It really is huge. Even from so far away, I can still see the shape, and I can still vaguely see the lightning above. When Chen Xiang walked out of the transmitting square, he quickly found out about some of the things that had happened. In order to prevent the matter of the Heaven Thunder Purgatory from being leaked out, many great powers decided to seal the city, and only those great powers that partook. 1. P. Aided in the 3 realms talk could enter, and leave at will. If they wanted to enter the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, they could pay a certain amount of spar and have a few experts escort them in. As a result, it was very difficult for this information to be leaked out. The reason the big powers did this was to ensure that they would be the first to obtain the good stuff in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. Chun Xiang was a little regretful that he did not leak out this matter and destroyed the plans of the big powers. Right now, he did not have the chance. The Heaven Thunder City's array was extremely powerful. If he wanted to leave, he could only do it through tough means. But he would definitely be stopped and would not have much time to break it. As long as each person had 10 billion spar, there would be an expert escorting them to the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. The reason for this was partly to appease some of the rogue cultivators in the city, and partly to earn more spar, because the team that would be responsible for escorting them would come from many different forces, so it had a lot of compet. 1. Tie of power. Furthermore, there were a lot of people in the Heaven Thunder City, which would allow them to make a lot of money. These rogue cultivators were basically not much of a threat. Even if they went to the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory to obtain good stuff, they could not take away much. Right now, Chun Xiang only wanted to enter the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory smoothly. He felt that he would definitely run into many old friends inside, but he planned to investigate for a bit to see if there was anything good inside, and then see if he could meet with his old friend or not. He found an escort team, paid 1,000,000 spar, and then waited with more than 100 people to set off. More than an hour later, the escort team set off. They were escorted by 5 immortals who had experienced the 9 tribulations. So many people were extremely at ease. They had heard that when entering the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory, it was very easy to be struck by lightning. But with the protection of these experts, they were able to help resist the lightning. Of course, the most important reason was that they could not leave the city without permission. Otherwise, many people would not have to pay 1,000,000 spar. After walking out of the Heaven Thunder City, Chun Xiang and the others were closely watched. Anyone who was slightly slower or was looking around would be scolded by the elders who escorted them. Along the way, everyone was running at a very uniform speed, slowly approaching the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory. After walking out of the Heaven Thunder City, Chun Xiang and the others were closely watched. Anyone who was slightly slower or was looking around would be scolded by the elders who escorted them. Along the way, everyone was running at a very uniform speed, slowly approaching the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory. During their journey, the escorts would not allow these experts to talk to each other. As long as they saw someone making a sound in the group and communicating with them through eyes, they would all be glared at by these powerhouses. Therefore, no one dared to speak on the way back. This was the first time these 100-odd people had gone to the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory. If they had known earlier that their treatment was so poor that they had paid 1,000,000 spar and even received such treatment, they would definitely not have come. None of the people who went to Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory before had returned, so they naturally did not know that such a thing would happen during the escort mission. The sealing of cities by major powers had caused many people to be dissatisfied. They originally thought that this would be a way to leave the city, but they never expected that it would actually turn into something akin to a slave. Little Naughty Dragon, use the Heaven Tour method. See if you can find another city and spread this news. Chun Xiang saw that these big powers were plussing things too far, and used this method to guarantee that he could take over the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory by himself. Now that he had taken over someone else's spar, he still had to treat them like this. The strength of the people in the group was not very strong, and there were only a few in the Nirvana stage, so their speed was very slow. After a few days, everyone finally reached the bottom of the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory. In the sky was a huge vortex formed by the golden mist, and in the middle of the vortex was a 200 to 300 feet wide black hole, which was the place to enter Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory. The whirlpool was extremely huge, covering a wide expanse of land. However, the center of the whirlpool was extremely small, which was quite surprising. Standing under the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory, the sound of thunder continuously sounded out. Within the faint golden mist, flashes of lightning could be seen. Chun Xiang observed carefully and discovered that there was a strange energy in the center that was absorbing the dense spirit chi around. When a large amount of spirit chi gathered over, it was even purified and refined, thus turning it into a faint gold. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered in the air and revolved around the center. The dense spiritual energy collided with each other and rubbed against each other, which was why it produced endless lightning and sometimes even struck the ground. This spiritual energy has been absorbed into the hole at the center. The inside of the hole should be a world, and it can be maintained by absorbing energy from the outside. Long Shui guessed that she had already found 2 cities and used the divine power she had released to transform into a human to spread the news about Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory. It took them 3 days to reach the center of the Heaven, Thunder, Purgatory. The 10 escorting rankers each took out a round flying disc that could fit about 10 people. After everyone stood on their respective platforms, the disc slowly floated up and flew towards the bottomless black hole. After about an hour, they said through the black hole and entered the heaven thunder purgatory without a hitch, appearing on an empty land. There were more than 10 elders standing guard on this empty field, preventing anyone from escaping through this entrance. After arriving here, everyone was even more furious because they did not encounter any dangers along the way. They let these large forces earn 1,000,000 spar for nothing. Forget about the city walls, they still had to pay 1,000,000 spar to exit the city, and they were even scolded along the way. Everyone wished that they could kill all the experts that came along with them, but their strength was insufficient. Chun Xiang looked at the black hole behind him. When they came in just now, they said through it in an instant, and he didn't feel the black hole absorbing a large amount of energy at all. He guessed that the energy must have seeped in from somewhere else. Everyone looked around. Even though this was an empty area, they could only see mountains and rivers in the distance. Eagles were flying high in the blue sky, and the sound of raging river waves and the rumbling of waterfalls could be heard in the distance. This was such a beautiful world. There was a world of difference between this and the rumors. What do you want? Don't just walk around, follow us. An old man saw that the crowd had dispersed and immediately let out a roar, releasing a terrifying pressure. Can't we walk freely now? A middle-aged man said angrily. He had paid 1,000,000 spar to come here and not be someone's slave. Humph, you are just courting death by walking around randomly. Come with us quickly. We will arrange some work for you. An old man laughed coldly. Everyone was immediately angered. They had indeed been tricked into being slaves. Now, they understood why many of the rogue cultivators that came here had not returned. It was because they had been restricted. If you want to die, then go ahead and try. An old man's face was filled with killing intent. Purple Moon Imperial Land is a well-known power in the East. You guys are bullying us too much, someone shouted. So what? You guys have the strength, but you can bully us like this. Even if we kill all of you here, it would only be the same as killing 100 ants. Everyone was about to explode from anger. Many big guys wanted to take action, but resisting was just suicide. Right now, they could only give in and find an opportunity to escape. The Shang domain in the east was similar to the Tong Tian aristocratic family in annihilating evil, specifically bullying the weak. Chun Xiang wished that these powers could be annihilated one by one. Purple Moon Imperial Land, you tricked me, Chun Xiang. Today, it's equivalent to becoming enemies with me. Killing intent surged in Chun Xiang's heart. Seeing the anger on everyone's faces, he had already made up his mind. This Purple Moon Realm was the first ancient power that he was going to attack from the east. Everyone was filled with anger as they followed the few elders and entered a large mountain. There were many caves, and a few ragged ape people brought out storage bags, handing them over to a man. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately understood that they were here to excavate. The Heaven Thunder Purgatory was rich in mines, but if they were to mine it, the big powers would not be willing to use their own disciples, so they used such despicable methods. Not only tricked the millions of spar, but also made them come here to work. The man in charge of collecting storage bag was lying on a very luxurious chair. After he took the storage bag from the hands of the laborers, he would give them an empty SPAC and let them continue mining. This man was dressed in purple, and on top of his purple robe was a silver purple full moon. One could tell with a glance that he was an important figure of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and he might even be the heavenly son of the Purple Moon Imperial Land. Come here and hand over your storage magic treasure. Then you can harvest the storage bag to mine. The purple-robed man shouted to Qin Xiang and the rest. He still had to hand over the storage magic treasure? How could the crowd allow this? Just as they were about to resist, more than 10 burly men suddenly rushed over and surrounded the 100 of them. Just like the others, Qin Xiang clenched his fists and wanted to attack. The purple-robed man stood up and slowly walked over. He had a handsome face, and his eyes under his sword-like eyebrows were filled with disdain. His expression was extremely arrogant, making people want to ruthlessly trample on his face. So, if we don't cooperate, you guys will die. Let me tell you, below your feet, there is a lot of flesh and blood of idiots. The purple-robed man looked at the crowd as though he was looking at an ant. Elders, you've all worked hard. Go and rest first. Leave this place to me. Thank you for your concern. Son of Heaven, then we will take our leave first. An old man said respectfully, and the few elders left. Her strength should be around the same as the other heavenly sons of the Shang domain and Tong Tian aristocratic family. But in Chen Xiang's eyes, she was nothing more than a fart. The fact that these girls had such strong powers at such a young age meant that they had great potential and a bright future ahead of them. Therefore, the elders respected them a lot, and if they were to become the ones in power in the future, they would gain a lot of benefits. That's right, I am the Purple Moon Imperial Lands, Ziyu Tianzi, Zhuang Jiurong. Purple Moon Imperial Lands leader is my grandfather. You should feel honored to be my slaves. If you all are to attempt to resist, I will make you all wish you were dead. Zhuang Jiurong said very arrogantly, You're just a bunch of ants. You have no chance to resist. Chen Xiang could feel that the few clan elders had walked far away. They started to investigate the hidden warriors surrounding the 10 STU. Our DY men, but they had just pa S, said Nirvana stage. With one palm strike, he could kill one of them. Hurry up and hand over your storage, magic treasure. If you cooperate, you can avoid suffering. Dregs, what are you looking at? Do you really want to go back on your word? Just with your strength alone, I can squash you with one finger. Zhuang Jiurong's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with viciousness as a purple long whip suddenly appeared in his hand. Chen Xiang suddenly walked out with a beautiful storage ring in his hand. With one look, he knew that it was not a simple item. Upon seeing it, Zhuang Jiurong's expression became gentler, and he laughed lightly. A wise man knows when to stop. It's all futile for you guys to resist me. When Zhuang Jiurong saw the beautiful storage ring, his eyes flashed with greed. But when Chen Xiang arrived in front of him, he did not immediately hand it over. Instead, he tightly clenched his fists. You want to rebel against me? Zhuang Jiurong sneered and swung his purple whip, shooting out a beam of light towards a huge boulder in the distance. The boulder turned into powder. Chen Xiang said slowly and calmly, I have never thought of rebelling against you. From the moment I saw you, you were already a dead man in my eyes. Finished speaking, Chen Xiang's body suddenly shook. A holy gold light suddenly appeared on his body. S-H-I, plusing resplendently with multicolored light that shot in all directions, like the bottom of a Judy. His figure suddenly made everyone feel extremely tall and big, and the aura he exuded made people feel as if he was an emperor that looked down on the heavens, causing people to be unable to help themselves from wanting to follow him. This is devil-suppressing holy power. Who are you? Even though Zhuang Jiurong was shocked, he wasn't slow at all as he whipped his long whip towards Chen Xiang's face. You are the devil that I behead and exterminate demons. I will kill you. Chen Xiang let out a loud roar that shook the entire endless mountains and rivers. For some reason, everyone felt that every single mountain here seemed to be trembling, as if they were providing power to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang's voice had actually broke the purple moon heaven child's whip into several pieces. Chen Xiang's body was S-H-I, plusing with a golden light, and no one could feel any energy fluctuations from it. But they were all subdued by the venerable emperor's aura, causing the hundreds of mountains and rivers around him to tremble. This was the ground killing, using the power of mountains and rivers on earth to slay immortals and DS, slaying demons and devils. Chen Xiang reached out and grabbed Zhuang Jiurong's neck and squeezed hard. With a crack, Zhuang Jiurong's head suddenly tilted to the side. I am the son of Ziyu. If you kill me, the Purple Moon Imperial Land will chase you to the ends of the earth. Purple Moon Imperial Land, this is just the beginning. You don't need them to chase me down. I will annihilate them myself. Rest assured, go and die. I will send more disciples of the Purple Moon Imperial Land to find you in the future. Qin Xiang struck his palm towards Zhuang Zhurong's head, causing the ground to vibrate and crack. Zhuang Zhurong's entire body was also shaken up a few times, and he was sent flying into the air. It was only then that the 10 men reacted, but Chen Xiang was already stepping on the shrinking step, and in a few blinks of an eye he had already said by the 10 men, and these 10 men were all smashed into ashes by Chen Xiang's palm strike, accompanied with a strong flame. A lot of people ran out from the cave. Seeing that the arrogant Zhuang Zhurong had been dismembered, Chen Xiang was ecstatic and released the many storage magic treasure in his storage ring. All of you come here to claim your things and then take away your millions of spar. No one is allowed to take more. Seeing Chen Xiang's strength, the rest did not dare have any other thoughts as they all walked up. Even the people who came with him could take away their million spar. Senior, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would still be trapped for who knows how long. A young man said gratefully, Senior, you should hurry up and leave. The people from Purple Moon Imperial Land are coming over soon. An old man said. Qin Xiang's expression slightly changed. You guys should hurry up and leave. Don't even think about leaving this place for the time being. Go and find the forces above Super Martial School, or even those above Chan Martial Continent first. With that, a few old men suddenly appeared and surrounded the group. These were all immortals that had said through the Nirvana stage. Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, the few elders were stunned. Qin Xiang didn't wait for them to explain before taking out his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and fiercely hacking down with it. 5 green blade shadows flashed as they attacked the 5 elders from the Purple Moon Imperial Land like 5 great Saiyan dragons. It's the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. This person is Qin Xiang. Catch him! One of the clan elders bellowed in anger, while Chen Xiang stepped on his shrinking step, escaping in one direction. When Chen Xiang appeared, these 5 elders did not care about the people they tricked into becoming slaves anymore and quickly chased after him. In their eyes, the value of Chen Xiang in their eyes far said the value of the small and medium-sized mines, especially the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. They had heard of Qin Xiang's incident before, but most of it was a fabricated story designed to discredit Qin Xiang. Now, everyone understood why Qin Xiang was enemies with the Tong Tian aristocratic family in Sheng Domain, because these ancient powers were all bad stuff. They had already decided that after they left, they would spread this matter to the entire human realm and let everyone unite to fight against such a powerful force. Qin Xiang had long been called the Son of Heaven Killer and had made the people who killed the Son of Heaven and Sky Woman panic. Qin Xiang had long been called the Son of Heaven Killer and had made the people who killed the Son of Heaven and Sky Woman panic. There were a lot of people that were tricked by the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and Chen Xiang only rescued a small portion of them, but there were more than 3,000 of them. They did not leave their homes, but stayed together, as this would allow them to be much safer. The disciples they brought were very few, and there were a lot of mines here, so if they wanted to get out quickly, they could only do this. In their eyes, those rogue cultivators were like pigs. They did not even see those rogue cultivators as human beings. Chen Xiang calmly stepped on the shrinking step, allowing the 5 elders of Purple Moon Imperial Land behind him to catch up to him. This way, he could ensure that the 3,000 people would be able to walk a little further. Kill the Son of Heaven in my Purple Moon Imperial Land. Purple Moon Imperial Land, will never let you off. An elder shouted. Chen Xiang's strength was indeed Estoni's. +ing, to think that he could break the Son of Heaven in an instant. But that was also because the son of Ziyu was too arrogant. He was intimidated by Chen Xiang's sudden explosive force until he had no power to resist. Chun Xiang laughed coldly. You should know the thing that your Purple Moon Imperial Land has done the best. Your Ziyu Tian Z wants to S. N. A. T. C. H. My storage magic treasure. There are over 3,000 witnesses for this matter. We have paid 1,000,000 spar to come here, but you have bullied us and forced us to be laborers. Even if we exterminate your Purple Moon Imperial Land, many people would definitely applaud and cheer for me. Evil sects like you are like a son of heaven. Who knows how many people are thanking me? Bulsh * T. They realized that Chun Xiang's footwork was very strange. Chun Xiang had not reached the pinnacle of shrinking step yet, so they could not tell that he was using it. They just felt that Chun Xiang was escaping very easily. The few elders of the Purple Moon Imperial Land could no longer hold it in, and began attacking from a distance behind Chun Xiang, blasting out BALL, S after B, ALL, S of condensed berserk innate chi, striking towards Chun Xiang. The moment Chun Xiang released his D power, he could instantly determine the direction of the energy waves. He avoided them one by one, making them look extremely dangerous. You really are that Ziyu Tian Z's loyal old dogs. That brat is already dead. You should immediately go back to collect his corpse and not chase after me. Oh, that's right to them. That brat is just someone who they can flatter in the future. Now that he's dead, you all naturally don't have anything to linger for. But it's my green dragon, demon-slain broadsword that is more attractive to you all. Hee. It seems like you are not even comparable to dogs. A truly good dog will perform better after its master dies. Chun Xiang's words angered these few old fellows, causing them to release an even more terrifying attack. With every palm strike, they were able to destroy a mountain peak, and as they chased after him, the ground was a complete mess. Numerous shocking ravines filled a large area, and the forest here was completely destroyed by the 5 elders. Suddenly, the 5 clan elders released a strong technique. Condensing a huge purple fist, he punched towards Chun Xiang, producing a gigantic ditch on the ground that was like a big river. The explosive purple light covered the entire sky. The rumbling sounds did not stop and echoed in the air. The rumbling sound was like thunder that swept out in all directions. Almost everyone in Heaven Thunder Purgatory could sense this terrifying sound. If Chun Xiang did not understand the shrinking step, he might have been captured alive by them. However, when that move was launched just now, although he dodged it, a lot of his meridians were broken by that powerful force. Fortunately, he had already become a log and followed that wave of chi into the depths of the forest. Is he dead? An old man floated high in the sky, staring at the messy ground. I don't know. He shouldn't have died so quickly. This guy is very evil. Didn't you see that he was always fearless? But my guess is that he must have been severely injured. Chun Xiang was in a forest with collapsed trees. He had already turned back into a human and hid under a patch of trees that had collapsed. Let's take a look over there. An old man pointed at the forest that was shattered by the shockwave, then flew over. You must be from the Purple Moon Imperial Land. Look at what you all have done. A clear voice came out, carrying a trace of anger, but within the anger was also gentleness. The moment Chun Xiang heard the voice, he knew that it was the demon who came later. He did not expect the demon empress of the demon charming A.S. association to still be here and not return to the heaven realm. If the S.P.A.C. was firm, it would be difficult for her to return. After the demon empress' voice sounded, the few elders that had appeared in Purple Moon Imperial Land became even stronger. She still had a few beautiful spirit demon beings with her, and from the auras of those spirit demon beings, one could tell that they were not weak. If we were to attract the devils of purgatory, we would all be in trouble, you idiots. The one who spoke was the Black Fiend Mountain's Bear King. Purple Moon Imperial Land, we have no objections to all of you tormenting us in your area. But if you want to destroy us, then we, the Qin family, will not hold back. They were all people that belonged to the Shang domain and the Tong Tian aristocratic family S. However, he did not see the power of the Chun martial continent S. He heard that the Prink 1 P. Al of the Devil Subduing College S had also come, but he did not see anyone. Chun Xiong killed our Purple Moon Imperial Lands, Son of Heaven. If it was you, you would do the same. The Purple Moon Imperial Land elder said angrily, Our Ziyu Tianzi has been dismembered by that brat. He was injured by us when he was trying to escape, so he might have already escaped. All the experts were startled, and all of their faces changed a little. Chun Xiong coming here was not a good thing, because Chun Xiong's concealing ability was extremely strong, and with such a miraculous disguise technique, Chun Xiong coming here would only threaten many of the big powers, especially those who had enmity with Chun Xiong. What are you doing? Don't think that I don't know. You tricked a large group of people. Not only did you collect 1 million spar, you stole their storage magic treasure, and then forced them to mine spar. If I was the one who got in here and received this kind of treatment, not to mention killing the Son of Heaven, I will kill all of you too. All the time you humans would call us fiendish demons, but here, we are much cleaner than you. The demon empress sneered, causing the ancient powers' faces to redden. The Bear King laughed out loud. That's right. In this aspect, we are much cleaner than you human beings. No wonder your Son of Heaven was killed. He should be alive. Don't drag my Peach Blossom Imperial Land into this. We didn't do that. Yao Shumi said indifferently. My Qin family did not do that, but I know that most of the ancient powers in the East did. There are also Feng Clan, Flying Immortal School, and Qianxian Mountain. The patriarch of the Qin family said, The people from the Purple Moon Imperial Land and the other forces cursed in their hearts, but they had no way to refute Qin Xiong. They had to capture Qin Xiong and obtain the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make up for their heavy losses. The people from the Purple Moon Imperial Land and the other forces cursed in their hearts, but they had no way to refute Qin Xiong. They had to capture Qin Xiong and obtain the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make up for their heavy losses. My super martial school didn't either. Just now we met over 3,000 rogue cultivators who were rescued on the way here, and when they saw me, they told us a bunch of crimes your Purple Moon Imperial Land committed, which sounds like they're from the evil realm. Congratulations to Purple Moon Imperial Land for successfully becoming a member of Evil Realm. Gu Dongchen laughed as he flew over. Evil Realm. Upon hearing these 2 words, everyone felt their hair standing on end. This was an archaic taboo, even during the flurries. H.I. Plussing era of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Everyone knew that Gu Dongchen was a descendant of the ancient spirit clan and that he had the blood of the ancient spirit clan in his body. As for what kind of ability he had, none of the strong warriors knew it, but according to the historical information they had, he was very strong. Gu Dongchen, you're saying too much. One of the clan elders of the Purple Moon Imperial Land had a gloomy face. He wanted to kill the smiling young man in front of him, and actually said that they were members of the evil realm. I said you can use a very proper method to recruit people to mine resources for you. That's what we did. But you chose to use such a vicious and despicable method. What is the difference between you and those evil realm fellows? The demon empress said, Stop being so noisy. I advise you all to quickly release those people, or else Qin Xiong will find them. No matter how many days you have, it won't be enough to kill him. You all know the reason why my master intentionally drove him out of the super martial school. It is so that he will have no scruples. Now that he is able to return alive from the 10 heavenly sacred mountain, maybe he'll have a great opportunity and his strength will increase by even more. Gu Dongchen laughed. Then we must kill him. The patriarch of the Feng clan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Qin Xiong had Yulong blood S, adding that he had eaten relived Dan S. His injuries healed very quickly. Just as he was about to leave quietly, the sky suddenly darkened. The little demon empress expression changed drastically. "It's all your purple moon imperial land's fault. Now it's all good. The purgatory sky demon is coming." Purgatory sky demon? Chun Xiang wanted to know what this thing was, to actually be able to make the demon empress of the heaven realm so nervous. Not only her, everyone else was the same. Even the expressions of the 5 elders who were chasing after Chun Xiang earlier changed drastically, and they did not dare to say anything more. The blue sky was soon shrouded by a layer of black gas, causing the entire land to darken. The originally lively world instantly turned lifeless, gloomy, sinister, and filled with gusts of cold wind. Waves of cold, gloomy wind whistled. The heaven thunder purgatory was extremely terrifying. The cold wind whooshed. The sound made people feel scared, as though there were thousands of demons Rus. Plussing over from all directions. Chun Xiang suddenly felt his body becoming very heavy, being pressed down by a pressure. That force had an extremely evil qi and also had a hint of cold qi. Through that pressure, it wanted to flood into the bodies of the people, causing them to feel a chill. "Who destroyed this place? I once warned you that such destruction is not allowed." The voice was emotionless and had a sinister air to it, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. The demon empress immediately pointed at the elders from the Purple Moon Imperial Land. "It's just these few fellows. They have nothing to do with us. We only rushed over because we sensed some movement here." This purgatory sky demon was extremely terrifying. It was said that he was the guardian of this heaven, thunder, purgatory. When they came in, this fellow had already warned them that they could mine resources, but if they were to destroy this place, they would be punished. Some of the ancient powers had disapproved before, but in the end, they all died miserable deaths. An elder of the Purple Moon Imperial Land immediately explained, "We are chasing after a fellow who possesses a green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Heaven Devil King, you should know how powerful the green dragon demon-slain broadsword is." The person with the green dragon demon-slain broadsword really appeared? "That's fine. I will find him and seal the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. This really gives us a headache," the Heaven Devil King said. When the elder of the Purple Moon Imperial Land heard this, he was overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. "Since you've destroyed this place, I won't kill you. I will only punish you a little," Heaven Devil King said. The black chi that shrouded the sky suddenly disappeared and transformed into a gigantic black palm. With an extremely fast speed, with an incomparably terrifying power, it slammed towards the 5 clan elders. Boo! Oh. The huge black palm hit the 5 elders, and a strong power burst out, tearing open the SPAC. It made the 5 elders fall down and heavily hit the ground. "Serves you right," Chun Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. He had actually set his sights on these 5 fellows from the Heaven Devil King. They were only heavily injured and would be able to recover well after a period of time. Seeing this, Chun Xiang clenched his teeth and flew out from the forest. Stepping on the shrinking step, he instantly arrived in front of the 5 elders. Seeing Chun Xiang suddenly appear, everyone was surprised. Seeing Chun Xiang calling out his green dragon demon-slain broadsword, they all guessed what Chun Xiang was trying to do. Sure enough, Chun Xiang roared. He raised his divine blade high up and poured himself into the terrifying dragon power, causing the ground to shake slightly. Then with the speed of lightning, he chopped down. Countless of blade chi struck the ground like a fan. The sharp blade chi enveloped the area, and the bodies of the 5 clan elders were as though they were all slashed by countless of sharp blades, turning into meat strips. These 5 elders were all immortals who had undergone the Nirvana realm cultivation, but now they were shattered by a little kid with a single slash. They died such a miserable death, which could be considered as Chun Xiang's means. It was the first time that many of the experts present had seen Chun Xiang, such as the Demon Empress of the Demon Charming Association, the Bear King of the Black Vade Mountain, the patriarch of the Qin family, the powerhouses of the Eastern powers, and some of the experts of the demon and devil realms. It really is a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. I let them go, yet you want to kill them? This was the voice of the Heaven Devil King. I wanted them to die, yet you let them go. Are you going against me? Chen Xiang replied indifferently and started running while stepping on the shrinking step. Thump, thump, thump. He had only taken a few steps forward, yet he was already plussing towards a distant plane. Everyone could only see a small It's the shrinking step, the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's footwork. Yao Shumi shouted in shock. Now, everyone believed that Chen Xiang had obtained the inheritance of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Brat, you are always the one who gets the inheritance of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Today I will kill you too. The Heaven Devil King's voice had a hint of anger. Following that, a huge claw the size of an eagle claw gang appeared above Chen Xiang. Arrogant demon, how about you kill yourself if you can't kill me today? What are you? You don't even dare to show your face. And you still dare to spout such nonsense. Chen Xiang's words did not stop until one was shocked to death. And yet, he actually dared to speak of Heaven Devil King that even the strong warriors were afraid of. The Heaven Devil King was completely enraged and turned into a giant black hand that grabbed down towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang stepped on the shrinking step. His speed was extremely fast, causing him to fail again and again, pressing onto the ground and forming huge palm prints that emitted traces of evil qi. The Heaven Devil King was completely enraged and turned into a giant black hand that grabbed down towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang stepped on the shrinking step. His speed was extremely fast, causing him to fail again and again, pressing onto the ground and forming huge palm prints that emitted traces of evil qi. Sky Demon Domain, you won't be able to escape. Heaven Devil King roared. A layer of black qi suddenly surged out from the ground, forming a gigantic whirlpool, which produced a suction force that seemed to be consuming the ground, causing Chen Xiang to be unable to advance. Although Chen Xiang was currently stepping on the shrinking step, it was as if he was walking on the ground. You must die. Following Heaven Devil King's gloomy and furious voice, a huge black palm appeared in the sky and smashed down towards Chen Xiang. All of the experts held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. Heaven Devil King's strength had completely shocked them. They did not think that Chen Xiang could survive, but it was a pity that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword could possibly disappear along with Chen Xiang's death. Chen Xiang saw a black shadow pressing down with an earth-shattering force. Waves of evil energy roiled and was extremely brutal, causing the ground to crack, and he felt as if his body was about to be squeezed into a meat ball. Demon, the one who died was you. Chen Xiang calmly roared, his entire body plusing with a golden light, the powerful, devil-suppressing, holy power all activated by him. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in his hands, turned into gold. The dragon cries sounded out, bringing along an imposing aura that caused demons to tremble, shaking the world. Chen Xiang slashed out with his blade towards the gigantic black hand that was pressing down on him. A gold qi shot out from the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, like an angry golden dragon, sweeping the sky with its gigantic body, and released waves after waves of brilliance, like the scorching sun. Boom! The gigantic black hand that was going to crush Chen Xiang to death suddenly released a ball of gold light. The black qi disappeared without a trace, and the golden dragon that was formed from devil-suppressing, holy power released a series of furious roars, rushed into the sky, and also disappeared. Chen Xiang gasped for breath. His hand that was holding onto the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword was trembling. A moment ago he gathered devil-suppressing, holy power, dragon power, heaven fire, as well as the strongest 9th level of devil-subduing method. Using half of his strength, he had finally defeated the Heaven Devil King. However, his expression was still extremely solemn. He swallowed a pellet which could help him recover innate qi and stared at the sky. Just as Feng Clan and his leader were about to fly over to Qinxiang, Gudongqin suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped them. "You two, behave yourselves!" Qinxiang's power was extremely terrifying, especially the experts of the Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. They were all communicating using their consciousness right now. Whether or not to join hands and deal with Qinxiang, the power Qinxiang displayed just now was all aimed at the demons, especially the terrifying thing called the devil-suppressing holy power. After the disappearance of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, the devil-suppressing holy power had been lost to this day. I never thought that he would actually grasp it. The little demon empress frowned, her expression congealed, as she clenched her jade fists very tightly, as though she could attack Qinxiang at any time. Qinxiang actually did not escape immediately, which was unexpected to everyone. He glanced at the demon empress, who was ready to make a move, and said with a cold smile, "Come over right now if you have the guts. As long as you can't kill me today, even if it means going to heaven or earth, I will still kill all of your demon charming associations demoness. From the looks of it, you have just said through the second and third nirvana tribulations. I can kill you with a raise of my hand. If I were to make a move, you would definitely not be able to escape. As long as you hand over the green dragon, demon slain, broadsword. Wishful thinking. The sword is with the person. The sword is dead and the person is dead. Why don't you just try your luck and kill me with a raise of your hand? There are many people who have said those words to me. I would like to see if anyone can really do it." Qinxiang's arm shook, raising up the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. The soft green light surrounded the divine blade, and although the green dragon engraved on the blade was small, the people in the distance felt that it was like a living dragon. The demon empress frowned, her face unexpectedly full of hesitation, but it seemed like she did not plan to attack. "Qinxiang, you and my ancient wasteland devil sect are irreconcilable. We will not let you off today." He took out a giant axe and dived down from the skies. At the same time, the 5 elders of the ancient wasteland devil sect followed closely behind him. Back then, they had all been part of the great calamity. Qinxiang sneered, a crafty look flash. Plus-ing across his eyes. "Not only will you thank me for helping you get through the 9 nirvana tribulations and fly to the heavenly demon realm, you even want to kill me? There will be no good end to being ungrateful. You are wanted by the Demon G. Oh, D order. The tomb of the son of the Demon G. Oh, D has been dug up, causing my ancient wasteland devil sect to lose many outstanding disciples. This is a blood feud." Even though Jiang Tianlu had said that, his eyes that were filled with greed and ecstasy stared unwaveringly at the green dragon demon-slain broadsword in Qinxiang's hands. Looking at his expression, it was as if he could obtain this divine blade at any time. Just as Jiang Tianlu and the rest were getting close to Qinxiang, a few sets of black qi shot out from the ground, enveloping Jiang Tianlu and the others, and then they heard terrifying hisses coming out from within the BALLs of qi. In a few moments, Jiang Tianlu and the others were swallowed by the black qi, and then the other few BALLs of black qi gathered together, fusing into a humanoid form of black qi. This person, formed from black gas, only had a pair of blood-red eyes, and one could hear a familiar voice coming from his body. "Brat, I didn't expect you to know what I'm going to do. You actually don't intend to leave. Do you want to have a fight to the death with me?" This was the voice of the Heaven Devil King. Seeing Jiang Tianlu and the others die instantly, those people who wanted to attack Qinxiang earlier were drenched in sweat. The Demon Empress was even secretly cursing Qinxiang. She was almost provoked by Qinxiang just now, but when she thought about it, she felt that Qinxiang was doing it on purpose to scare her, so she did not go over. "You are just an evil demon primordial spirit that has been dead for many years, using the energy you gathered here to swindle me. If you really have the ability, then you don't need to scare people. You just want others to think you're very strong. But if the people here join hands to deal with you, you have no chance of winning." Qin Xiang sneered. "Otherwise, the evil energy that you have gathered for so many years will not be defeated by my blade. But you must have paid a great price for devouring those people's strength." The Heaven Devil King sneered. "Nonsense, you belittled my strength only because you are afraid. The one who kept saying that I'm weak seems to be you." Qin Xiang laughed lightly, and then slashed towards Heaven Devil King. Although the Heaven Devil King had just revived and devoured a few people, he was not weak at all. Seeing Qin Xiang's divine blade coming at him, he did not dodge, but chose to direct a punch towards the blade instead. Don't look at how he was formed from the black qi. The evil qi that he released when he punched contained a very strong force that caused Qin Xiang's divine blade to release waves of dragon roars. Not knowing why, Qin Xiang suddenly understood the Heaven Devil King in front of him very well. Furthermore, he could feel that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was inexplicably excited. He suspected that a long time ago, the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord used the green dragon demon-slain broadsword to deal with this Heaven Devil King, which was why the green dragon demon-slain broadsword had memories and said these memories down to him. The Heaven Devil King found Qin Xiang hard to deal with. Furthermore, Qin Xiang had the same kind of power as the dragon in him. He didn't know how Qin Xiang managed to cultivate it. Moreover, it also carried a kind of anger that he hated the most. He did not know what kind of fire soul Qin Xiang had in his grasp, but he actually felt an inexplicable fear. Furthermore, when the three powers fused together, it would be even more powerful, not to mention the green dragon demon-slain broadswordess. The Heaven Devil King found Qin Xiang hard to deal with. Furthermore, Qin Xiang had the same kind of power as the dragon in him. He didn't know how Qin Xiang managed to cultivate it. Moreover, it also carried a kind of anger that he hated the most. He did not know what kind of fire soul Qin Xiang had in his grasp, but he actually felt an inexplicable fear. Furthermore, when the three powers fused together, it would be even more powerful, not to mention the green dragon demon-slain broadswordess. Qin Xiang also felt that the Heaven Devil King was not easy to deal with. This time he could be considered to be truly fighting with the Heaven Devil King, and the messages that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword gave him were getting more and more numerous. He already knew that the Heaven Devil King did not have a corporeal body and was only supported by an evil devil soul. The Heaven Devil King relied on his powerful devil soul to devour all kinds of power before transforming into all kinds of shapes. Back then, when Heaven Devil King was at his peak state, he had actually exchanged over 100 blows with him. After 100 blows, he was slain by 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord. Tens of thousands of years later, the Heaven Devil King borrowed the remnants of a devil soul's rebirth to gather new strength. Qin Xiang waved his divine blade and hacked at the Heaven Devil King frantically. That year, this was what the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord did. So he decided to give it a try. Even though the effect was not very good, he could temporarily suppress the Heaven Devil King. This won't work. This guy is in a state of devil soul. It's useless for you to use brute force, because there is a difference between you and him, and you are merely relying on the devil-suppressing holy power and other things to suppress the demon. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang naturally understood all of this. He felt that if he wanted to defeat the Heaven Devil King, he had to use the D-Slain method. However, he had not mastered it yet, so it was impossible for him to execute it. 5 pairs of long arms suddenly appeared behind Heaven Devil King, stretching out towards Qin Xiang, with each of them wielding a blade made of black qi, at the same time wielding them crazily at Qin Xiang. Although the swords were formed from black qi, Qin Xiang could feel the sharpness of the blade, and as they slashed towards him, they left behind trails and trails in the air. The green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword hummed like a dragon's roar as Qin Xiang brandished the divine blade to block the black blades of the Heaven Devil King. The Heaven Devil King's 10 arms were extremely nimble, and they could suddenly disappear, then suddenly appear. Qin Xiang swung his blade to block, but it was simply useless. In that moment, when he brandished the blade, he could feel that there were a few vital points on his body that were locked by a few cold forces. Unexpectedly, there were 6 blades thrusting over. Heaven Devil King's 10 arms seemed to suddenly appear, causing Chen Xiang to not have enough time to dodge. Die! The Heaven Devil King laughed sinisterly, thinking that his blades were going to pierce through Chen Xiang's body. But then he saw that Chen Xiang's body suddenly emitted a golden-red glow. S body was suddenly covered by the gold-red scales, and the hand holding the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, had even turned into a dragon claw. Chen Xiang now looked like a war Ji, de-dressed in dragon armor. The golden-red scales of the fire lightning on his body pulsated, giving off a strong aura of fire and lightning that pervaded the area. Sure enough, those who cultivate the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu are all like this. This is his martial spirit. It seems like he was forced into a corner. The Demon Empress said in a deep voice. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be recalling something. Chen Xiang released his martial spirit and merged it with his own body, allowing him to wear a dragon armor, which produced a very strong defensive power. At the same time, his arm also turned into a dragon hand, allowing him to activate the power inside the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Fire and thunder attribute. Why is my martial spirit not the same as Grand Teacher's, the 5 elements dragon soul? Gu Dongqin said, "This brat is truly powerful. If it was any of us going up, I am afraid that he would have already been devoured by the Heaven Devil King, because Chen Xiang has the power to restrain these devils, and the evil force of the Heaven Devil King is unable to pose any threat to him. If not, with the difference between them, Chen Xiang would not even be able to take 10 moves." Although the little Demon Empress did not plan to make a move on Chen Xiang did make her feel terrified. What all the rankers did not know was that under Chen Xiang's dragon armor, there were hidden profound wood diamond armor S. Heaven Devil King seemed to have discovered something. He could sense that there was something very terrifying hidden in Chen Xiang's body. Chen Xiang's body trembled. The devil-suppressing holy power surged out from his body, transforming into 9 golden dragons, bearing their fangs and brandis. Plussing their claws, roaring again and again. The 9 dragons merged into one, transforming into a gigantic dragon head, burning the heaven fire and fiercely SMAs. Plus-ing into Heaven Devil King's chest. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of golden red light wave shook out, and at the same time a ball of golden red flame exploded, engulfing Chen Xiang and the Heaven Devil King within it. Within the flames there were bursts of explosive sounds of golden red lightning bolts. Streams of golden red lightning bolts rained down like a torrential rain, producing thunderbolts that shook the hearts of the people. And every single lightning bolt contained the power of the 9th level of the devil subduing method. Chen Xiang had already nimbly used all of these martial arts, and could combine them together to form many different forms. 9th level of the devil subduing method, devil suppressing holy power, and, if my guess is not wrong, his flame should be the legendary heaven and earth flame. The Demon Empress was indeed an expert from the heaven realm. She saw more things than others. When the experts heard the little Demon Empress words, they immediately let out a low sigh. Chen Xiang's flame was actually the heaven and earth flame, the Jizun among the pill refining flames. No wonder his pill forging skills are so incredible. She had seen Chen Xiang concoct pills before, but Chen Xiang had only appeared as Li Rinshan at that time. When the Heaven Devil King was struck by the lightning, he released waves of angry roars. It could be seen that Chen Xiang's attack was not that effective, which was also very normal. Chen Xiang's cultivation was too inferior to the Heaven Devil King's, and he had to rely on his own strength to restrain the demon in order to come to this step. Chen Xiang flew out from the sea of flames. His expression became serious, and the devil-suppressing holy power on his body disappeared. He suddenly retracted his spirit chi, And just as the many experts were feeling suspicious, a powerful killing intent surged out. All the experts quickly thought that Chen Xiang might be using the heaven-earth killing method. Legend has it that cultivating the heaven-earth killing method requires a very terrifying killing intent. The killing intent released by Chen Xiang caused one's heart to tremble. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying killing intent was hidden within Chen Xiang's small body. How did he do it? Legend has it that because many people cultivate the heaven-earth killing method, they all gather a large amount of killing intent and thus become Chu-mo demons. But the young Qin Xiang was able to control the boundless killing intent very well, which was hard for people to understand. What are you doing? Sensing this killing intent, Heaven Devil King suddenly thought back to the crazy slaughter that 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord had done. Those powerful purgatory, heavenly demons were chopped like GRAS by the 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord using their green dragon demon-slain broadsword. The killing intent released by Qin Xiang caused the entire sky to change color, causing everyone to feel an indescribable fear. The killing intent released by Qin Xiang caused the entire sky to change color, causing everyone to feel an indescribable fear. I want to kill you. A large illusion suddenly appeared behind Qin Xiang. It was a large expanse of Lion Mountain. Countless, gigantic, dark, green Lion Mountain appeared behind Qin Xiang. At the same time, a huge wave surged out from behind the Lion Mountain and clashed against the Lion Mountain, giving rise to a huge storm. This was the first time many experts had seen the legendary 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain, but now Qin Xiang had released him. Although they did not know what he wanted to do, the experts felt that this had something to do with the heaven-earth killing method, because Qin Xiang's killing intent was completely integrated into the Lion Mountain's tsunami map behind him. This was the power of the earth. No matter how strong a human was, no matter how many humans there were, in the face of the power of nature, they were all insignificant in the face of this power. This was the ground killing that Qin Xiang had comprehended, allowing him to simulate the power of the earth. At this moment, the entire sky demon purgatory was filled with the sounds of violent waves. The power released by the sea and the Lion Mountain, when merged together, naturally produced a kind of power and turned into a living spirit grain diagram array. Both of Qin Xiang's hands held onto the blade, and suddenly there was a gust of wind blowing him away, causing him to dance all over the place. He raised the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword high, and the gigantic picture of the Lion Mountain tsunami suddenly squeezed into his body. The wind between the heaven and earth became even more terrifying, and in the sky there were still some lightning bolts, causing the lightning Qin Xiang released earlier to blow away, and the Heaven Devil King that was inside the sea of flames was locked on by him. The heaven-earth killing method is indeed powerful, transforming power into the power of mountains and rivers in nature, producing an irresistible might, fusing with nature, obtaining the power of nature. The little demon Empress' beautiful eyes glittered. You are far worse than 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord. I am not afraid of you. Although he said that, but he felt that Qin Xiang was unintentionally releasing the power of an emperor, and his heart could not help but tremble. The power of the mountains and seas. Qin Xiang's green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, could have become heavier along with the increase in his strength. Now that he had simulated the power of the seas, his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword was able to release the immense might and surging power of 10,000 mountains. The clouds in the sky churned, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if there was a gigantic beast struggling beneath the entire ground. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded out. It was a sound that came from a lightning strike that pressed down on heaven and earth. On the dusky ground, a dazzling green dragon flashed towards Heaven Devil King. Although it was only for a short moment, everyone felt that the dragon was real. If you can't kill me in 10 days in Beijing, it's even more impossible for you. Ah! The Heaven Devil King let out a ferocious shout as he was engulfed by the green dragon. The green light around him flashed explosively, as if the green dragon was fighting against the Heaven Devil King. A few moments later, the heaven and earth calmed down, and the sound of Heaven Devil King's fiendish laughter could be heard. "Ha ha! I told you before that I would never die. Even 10 Heaven Supreme Lord could only scatter my soul back then, but I was still reborn." Chen Xiang laughed coldly. "He is him, and I am me. He cannot not represent me. You will die today." His expression was calm, and the Heaven Devil King only had half of his body left. However, he was quickly recovering by absorbing the spirit energy, and the speed at which he recovered was so fast that it could be seen with the naked eye. "Divine Sense, see Soul Devour." Chen Xiang bellowed in his heart, and suddenly a ray of golden light shot out from above his head, and then another illusory image appeared. It was actually a calm golden ocean. This was something Chen Xiang had suddenly realized after activating the Lion Mountains tsunami map. The golden and calm ocean emitted a holy and wholly faint golden light. Taiji Yin and Yang Map S suddenly appeared beneath Chen Xiang's feet. The Tai Chi diagram started to spin slowly. The golden ocean above his head was also revolving slowly. In just a blink of an eye, their speed had increased tremendously. The experts only felt that the consciousness they had released had disappeared all of a sudden. Is this also Heaven-Earth killing method? Why is it different from the legends? The Qin clan's patriarch shouted in surprise. "I don't know, but it seems to be able to swallow consciousness or spirits. The Heaven-Earth killing method contains everything. It's hard to be sure." Yao Shumi did not dare to use her consciousness to look at the golden-colored divine sense. Otherwise her consciousness would be pulled out for some unknown reason. The patriarch's eyes flashed with killing intent and said to an old man beside him, "You must kill this child." The Heaven Devil King roared, and after its half-body sprayed onto the golden divine sense, it was pulled over by the whirlpool, causing Chen Xiang to engulf him. Up till now, Chen Xiang had finally unleashed his G.O.D. Slain method, but he was still very unclear about it because the G.O.D. Slain method and the ground killing did not have a specific attack concept and only relied on a sudden thought to unleash it, but the power was extremely strong. Chen Xiang knew that the G.O.D. Slain method was not only a devouring, it was definitely a very strong attacking power. It was just that he had yet to comprehend it at the moment. "I am only one in a million of the purgatory heavenly demons. Don't think that by killing me you will be able to shake the world and rule the world here. You don't have the power of the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord, so you will definitely die here." The golden-colored divine sense above Chen Xiang slowly disappeared, while the golden-colored soul divine sense of Chen Xiang's group slowly melted and devoured the newly devoured Heaven Devil King. The evil consciousness within was completely erased, leaving behind a pure soul power for him to devour. It was over. The Heaven Devil King, who had made the experts fear for many days, was actually killed by Chen Xiang. Back then, even though they could not completely kill him in Great Yanjing for 10 days, Chen Xiang managed to do it. That year, the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord did not have the power to suppress the devils, but Chen Xiang did. This was also the reason why he could suppress the Heaven Devil King, leave the green dragon demon-slain broadsword behind. The patriarch of the Feng clan shouted, and he and a few other people flew towards Chen Xiang. At the same time, the patriarch of the devil race, the leader came with a few elders, focusing Chen Xiang in their hearts. Just as Gu Dongchen was about to go over, he received a sound transmission from Chen Xiang. "Don't come over! Don't go over there." Gu Dongchen immediately told Yao Shumi, who wanted to help. Chun Xiang kept his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and laughed sinisterly. "Please look up at the sky!" Without Chen Xiang to shout, all of the experts felt a strange qi in the sky suddenly. They raised their heads to look and saw a golden mist billowing in the sky. "This is robbery power," an old man shouted. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. Stepping on the shrinking step, he ran towards a direction and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hurry and get out of the way. Don't let the robbery power gather together. The patriarch of the Feng clan shouted as he ran in the same direction. The people who were by Chen Xiang's side just now were all locked on by this kind of bizarre robbery power. This kind of robbery power was very different from the nirvana doom they had encountered before. Only Chen Xiang knew that this was his soul undergoing heavenly tribulation. After he had comprehended the D-Slane method, although he had only learned one move, it had allowed his soul to break through and enter a supernatural realm, summoning heavenly tribulation. If they did not dodge, when the robbery power gathered together and attacked one person, they would be in danger. Primordial Pill GOD 960. Primordial Pill GOD. Primordial Pill G. D960. Primordial Pill G. OD. The robbery power that Chen Xiang had triggered this time was extremely strange, and those few people could deeply feel that this kind of robbery power was aimed at their souls. They had never encountered a situation where the robbery power was aimed at their souls while they were in a transitional tribulation. There were very few people who cultivated the divine way, so even Long Shui did not know what kind of situation she would encounter along the way. Her imperial dragon race's divine way was very different from a human's. For example, they weren't undergoing their tribulation right now. Chen Xiang also did not want to gather with that group of people to face the divine soul tribulation. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and he was worried that something might happen to him. Right now, even though he had his divine soul, he could feel the terror of that robbery power. Boom! All of a sudden, a thunderous sound came from all directions, and the few people near Chen Xiang were struck by a golden bolt of lightning at the same time. Golden lightning struck down from all four directions. The golden lightning suddenly flashed and enveloped the entire sky like a golden electric net. That domineering pressure made people feel the oppression from their souls. Chen Xiang had originally thought that he could use the shrinking step to dodge, but he didn't expect that he would still be struck squarely in the middle. Like he had expected, his physical body did not receive the slightest damage, and instead his divine sense, C, was struck by the golden lightning. The divine sense, C, was located in a very strange place in the depths of his mind, almost hidden. He did not expect the golden lightning to hit him directly. Chen Xiang's divine sense, C, was currently fluctuating violently. His soul was also numbed by the golden lightning earlier. It had been a long time since he had suffered such an injury to his soul. This is not Nirvana Doom. Nirvana Doom is not like this. The demon empress looked into the distance and released her divine sense to investigate the remaining power of the golden lightning. This kind of energy is specialized to attack souls and such things. Could it be that Chen Xiang's divine sense is undergoing a tribulation? The little demon empress slightly opened her small mouth. Her jade-like face was filled with surprise. How strong was a consciousness that could attract heavenly tribulation? I say, demon empress, as long as you know it, don't even mention it. My junior martial uncle's foundation is almost exposed by you. It's equivalent to having his clothes taken off by you. He wants you to take responsibility. Gu Dongchen grinned. When the crowd heard Gu Dongchen's words, they immediately distanced themselves from him. To dare take liberties with the demon empress was very dangerous, but the demon empress was not angry. She only asked, "Is Chen Xiang's master really just Huang Jintian?" "As far as I know, his master is only that crazy old man. If you don't believe me, go and ask him. Actually, you don't have to worry about my little martial uncle. He's a good person, and as long as you agree, I'll find a chance to have a good talk with him, and you can dispel your worries about him. Even though your demon charming A.S. association is scary, he definitely won't do anything to kill your spirit demon beings." Gu Dongchen laughed. "With your looks, enticing him to hand over the green dragon demon-slain broadsword shouldn't be a difficult task." The demon empress gave a light snort Just then he said that he wanted to exterminate the demoness of my demon charming AS association. Demon Empress, if you let go, then please do not interfere in this matter. I will definitely S-N-A-T-C-H the green dragon, demon slain broadsword away, and also kill Qinxiang. His demon suppression was like the rebirth of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, and could not be allowed to happen to him. Black Fiend Mountain's Bear King said coldly, "That's right, we must kill him." A Devil Realm great leader said, "Hee, this is just like a guilty conscience. Although this demon charming A.S. association has not committed many evil deeds. Who doesn't know what your devil race and the Black Fiend Mountain evil demon have done? You all are afraid of retaliation, but forget it as long as demon charming A.S. association does not take action against my junior master. You all will not be able to threaten him." Had an indifferent expression. The demon charming A.S. association did indeed cause fear in others, so he wanted to help Qinxiang resolve the Demon Empress doubts. "Demon Empress, I know that your demon realm's evil demon and demons are very lacking in medicinal pellets. Qinxiang is just an alchemist. His future prospects are limitless. When he changed his name to Li Renshan, he had brought out many high-grade medicinal ingredients. I believe you already understand this already." Gu Dongqin laughed. "If you decide to talk to him, I will arrange a good place for you guys. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed, and at that time we might be able to cooperate. Your demon charming A.S. association has a lot of spiritual medicines, but it's very difficult to refine them into pills, and you old ghosts in Pill City can't be trusted." Becoming friends with Qinxiang was indeed a good thing, but the little demon empress had been schemed against by many humans over the years. She had always been like this at the beginning, so she did not trust humans at all. In the distance, there were flashes of golden lightning, followed by the rumbling of thunder. This time, it wasn't a single thunderbolt, but a continuous one. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and golden lightning bolts rumbled down from all directions. There was an unending stream of thunder that shook the hearts of those who heard it. No matter how Qinxiang ran, he would always be struck by that golden lightning. He only felt that the divine sense sea in his head was about to flip over, the golden divine power turning into seawater and violently undulated. "See, suppressing divine dragon." Long Xue's clear voice came out. Inside the 9-turned dragon G. "Oh, D mantra, the length of the CG. Oh, D-Dragon suddenly appeared, and he immediately started channeling his spirit power. Inside the divine sense sea, there was a little golden dragon floating above the head of the soul, which was exactly the same as his. The reason the divine sense sea was so stable was because his soul had suffered a violent attack. The lightning descended, and when it struck his soul again, it was all blocked by the little golden dragon. Very quickly, his divine sense sea calmed down, and the golden lightning became more and more concentrated. After being struck consecutively dozens of times, the little golden dragon was completely dispersed. Afterwards, he calmly and quickly followed the instructions on the 9-turned dragon G, O, D mantra, and condensed another small dragon on top of his soul. After repeating this more than 10 times, when Qinxiang tried to condense the sea-suppressing divine dragon once again, he failed, but another abnormality occurred. His soul inside the divine sense sea was actually wrapped up by a pearl, and when the lightning struck the pearl, it felt like it was Nori's. H-I, plus-ing the golden pearl, causing it to become more and more S-to-U, our dysprosium. More than 2 hours Pa-S said. The ink cloud in the sky dispersed, and the golden lightning did not appear again. Qinxiang opened his eyes. At this moment, he looked like he had slept soundly. His spirit was extremely good, and his entire person was BRMI with energy. He was like a living dragon in a great state. He had never been in such a good state before. His sea of consciousness had completely evolved into divine sense sea. The G-O-D power inside was extremely dense. What he needed to do now was to expand and expand the number of divine sense sea, so that they could contain even more D power. He could clearly see the elegant and charming face of the little demon empress. He could tell with a glance how different Mu Jialan and Yao Shumi were from when they wore the same kind of clothes. Pride of the world, pill G. O. D960 _ Pride of the world, pill G. OD. Primordial pill GOD 96 _ Pride pill GOD 96 _ Primordial pill G. O. D96 _ Pride pill G. O. D96 _ After Chen Xiangpa S. said through the divine soul tribulation, the people that surrounded him earlier all returned. However, their expressions were ugly. The number of people had decreased by a large half, and the ones that returned were the big shots. Some of the elders had already died. Not to mention them, even Qin Xiang, who was cultivating his soul, would not have been so relaxed if Long Shui had not reminded him in time to use a technique from the 9-turn Dragon G. D mantra. These fellows are pretty smart. They actually know how to return immediately and are worried that I would sneak attack them. It seems like they are not in a good situation right now. Chen Xiang fought face to face with these big shots, and he had no way to retaliate. If he didn't come here secretly, he could make these guys die without a burial ground. Chen Xiang stayed away from this place because among that group of rankers, there were still many who wanted to take action against him. His current strength was still not a match for those big shots. Quite a lot of them died. Gu Dongqin took joy in their misfortune. The elders who had Pa S set away were still very important to these powers. They were the stronger members of these powers. Furthermore, their devil race was still in the ancient spirit Great Land, which was also the ancient spirit clan's territory. It was just that the ancient spirit clan was at peace with the world. Otherwise, their devil race would have fought against the ancient spirit clan long ago. Demon Empress, if you want to meet my junior martial uncle, then come and find me. Gu Dongqin smiled to the Demon Empress and then flew away. Some of them wanted to kill Qin Xiang even more, but there were some who wanted to befriend Qin Xiang so that they wouldn't be met with Qin Xiang's endless retaliation in the future. Although the Heaven Devil King was engulfed by Qin Xiang, but the Heaven Thunder Purgatory was not safe. The White Tiger had said before that this place was a trap set up by a mysterious power for 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and his subordinates. The 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was even heavily injured here, and this was where his empire was started to be destroyed. What Chen Xiang wanted to do now was to find Duan Sanchang's grandfather here. His grandfather knew a lot of things, and would definitely know that this place was dangerous for the Duan clan. Little naughty dragon, why is my soul surrounded by a pearl? Chen Xiang was extremely confused. Although he knew that it would do him no harm, he still felt that it was strange. That's the ocean-suppressing orb. As long as you protect your soul, well, your divine sense, will be very stable. This is a good thing, even I don't have one right now. Long Shui's voice was filled with jealousy. Not to mention me, many Imperial Dragon Race don't have it. This is because we need to undergo tribulation before we can cultivate it. We don't even know how long the tribulation of our Imperial Dragon Race will last. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, "Little stupid dragon, back then, wasn't it enough for you to come out and undergo tribulation with me? I already knew that I could refine the ocean-suppressing orb. Even without you saying anything, I would come out. I was just worried that it would affect you, wasn't it? But there won't be a next time." Long Shui shook his head and sighed. That might not be the case. Humans are different from dragons, but we have the 9 nirvana tribulations. Maybe the next time I break through in the divine way, my soul will also experience a divine tribulation. Qin Xiang laughed. When the time comes, you can come out and face the tribulation with me. But with Heavenly Dragon Supreme, Lord by my side, I'm worried that the divine tribulation will be too scared to attack. We'll talk about it next time. I'll teach you a sacred art now, and only those who have reached perfection will be able to use it. Although Long Shui bickered with Qin Xiang all day, The two of them had a very good relations. H-I plus P, like siblings who liked to bicker with each other all day long. Qin Xiang suddenly stopped in his tracks and asked excitedly, "Teach me quickly what ability it is." "It's called Shadow S, H-I plus FT. This is a very interesting ability. For example, after you use it, you can instantly switch positions with a rock in the distance, or even a tree. If I merge it with my transformation technique, I can still change my position when I switch locations." Long Shui laughed mischievously. "For example, if you were to fight with someone else, coincidentally, this fellow's son is right beside you. You can use this move to exchange his son's position with you, and then his son would be ruthlessly beaten by him. Or when you exchanged places with a big rock, you turned into that rock, and that rock turned into your appearance. When others attacked you, they only broke a rock." Qin Xiang's face revealed a look of antic. One P-ation and laughed. "It is indeed interesting, which means to say, this sacred art is truly sinister." Long Shui immediately said down the cultivation method to him. To Qin Xiang, learning this kind of sacred art wasn't difficult at all. Furthermore, using this kind of method to transmit knowledge made him feel as if he already had the ability to learn it in the first place. In just 6 hours, Qin Xiang had almost mastered it. He switched positions with a block of wood inside the forest and then turned into that piece of wood. This ability was two Astonies. H-I plussing. Qin Xiang would not use it in front of others. The heaven thunder purgatory spirit energy was very dense and was circulating very smoothly in the air. But the moment Qin Xiang walked out of the forest, he felt the spirit energy in the air suddenly fluctuate for a bit, and although it was only a slight fluctuation, it alarmed Qin Xiang and Long Shui. Qin Xiang had entered the realm of perfection, but compared to Long Shui, he was still lacking a little. He could only sense some movement, but Long Shui was able to discern what was going on. It's a giant eagle, and it has a very high concealment ability. This kind of eagle is an archaic beast. I think it's called the Unreal Ghost Eagle. Long Shui said, "I don't know when this guy followed you, but he accidentally exposed his presence just now." Qin Xiang released an invisible divine power to scout the previous position he was at. As expected, he found something there, and this Unreal Ghost Eagle was powerful enough to make Qin Xiang unable to see how it had hidden itself, nor was able to see its actual body. This guy has made his body transparent, so you can't see it. Furthermore, it's very good at concealment. If it wasn't for it accidentally causing the spiritual qi in the air to fluctuate, it would have been very difficult for us to discover it. Long Shui said, "Can you see how strong it is?" Qin Xiang was more concerned about this. If it wasn't very strong, he would destroy this guy. If you're not strong, you can beat him. However, I suspect that this fellow was domesticated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be keeping an eye on people. If someone were to kill this rare and unique beast, someone might think that they have been cut off a piece of meat. Long Shui laughed. It was actually sent by someone else. Qin Xiang wanted to know which power kept this thing. He felt that it must be an ancient power, because this Unreal Ghost Eagle was an archaic variant. Qin Xiang continued to run. He did not use the shrinking step, because he had already locked onto the Unreal Ghost Eagle with his divine power, but the Unreal Ghost Eagle did not discover him. This guy's speed is very fast. It can instantly shoot down from the sky. Its claws are very powerful, and it can easily crush iron pieces. Pride Pill G O D961 Prideful Pill G OD. Primordial Pill GOD 962. Pride Pill GOD. Primordial Pill G O D962. Pride Pill G OD. It was not that he had never seen a strange beast before, but he had never seen one that was so dark. If not for him and Long Shui being able to discover this fellow, he probably would have been ambushed a long time ago. He's close to me. Qin Xiang started to run on top of a flat land at a moderate pace. He had done it to lure the Unreal Ghost Eagle and attack him. As long as it reaches the range of its attack, it will immediately attack. This guy is very smart. It seems like it wants to kill me in one hit. Long Shui sneered. Chun Xiang scolded himself. Which B-A-S-T-A-R-D sent out this kind of thing. Don't let me find him. More than an hour had Pa-S said, and the unreal ghost eagle was getting closer and closer to him. Right now, it was directly above his head, and if it swooped down, it would instantly grab his head, but only he could sense that it was following him. This thing is really insidious. I almost didn't find it. Chun Xiang had already made his preparations. As long as the unreal ghost eagle descended, he could immediately attack. The unreal ghost eagle could no longer hold it in. Chun Xiang could feel that the spirit qi above him was slightly fluctuating, and he also sensed a kind of airflow. The unreal ghost eagle was shooting down from above his head. The transparent, unreal ghost eagle seemed to be invisible, and it also had a high concealment ability, making it difficult to sense its existence. However, Chun Xiang was able to catch the movements of the unreal ghost eagle through the faint changes in the surrounding environment. Chun Xiang immediately took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword S, and with the tip of his blade pointing upwards, his speed was extremely fast. Just as he finished speaking, he felt something hot on his body. This idiot is really courting death. Chun Xiang laughed, and then with a boom, a giant eagle whose body was completely black and whose body had been stabbed by a blade fell down. This black hawk had spread its wings for more than a dozen meters and was ruthlessly stabbed by Chun Xiang in the abdomen, directly piercing through the beast core. Furthermore, Chun Xiang even poured some into the hail magic wind, freezing this huge hawk to death. It's not small. Breaking the beast core is such a pity, but you can let me refine it. Chun Xiang released his divine power, only to see the giant hawk being lifted up by a light golden mist floating in the air. He took a deep breath and released a light golden, translucent pill furnace. This pill furnace was extremely huge, standing tall like a small mountain, with the unreal ghost eagle right in the middle of it. Although Chun Xiang could cultivate D power, when he could release it, he could not hide it, and could still reveal a faint golden color. If his divine power grew stronger and stronger in the future, when he used a large amount of it, he would be as transparent as when he used it to scout the surroundings. Right now, he wanted to take this unreal ghost eagle and use it together to practice heavenly alchemy and refine this unreal ghost eagle into a pill. Last time he used it to refine a human, but it did not succeed because it was in a city and would be easily disturbed. But now it was different. This unreal ghost eagle was a strange beast, and the flesh and blood beast pills on its body were originally good materials for refining pills. It was much easier compared to refining a human. This is better than using devouring magic kung fu. If this hawk really refines a pill, I wonder what rank it would be. Chun Xiang was really looking forward to it. He released the flames and poured them into the gigantic magic method furnace S, burning the unreal ghost eagle's body. In short, it won't be low. After refining the pellet, you can eat it without worrying about any effect. Using the devouring magic kung fu will more or less have some dangerous and other effects. Su Meiyao laughed. This unreal ghost eagle was not weak. If Chun Xiang was successful in his sneak attack, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured, but it did not expect Chun Xiang to discover it. Furthermore, when it used its fastest speed to attack, it raised its divine blade, piercing through its beast core, and even froze its consciousness. This was probably the death of the most aggrieved, unreal ghost eagle in history. Chun Xiang followed the method of refining everything inside the heavenly alchemy and burned this ghost eagle. The heavenly alchemy also had a detailed description of how to refine beasts, which was different from the method of an alchemist. A strange beast like the unreal ghost eagle, even its feathers were treasures. Its feathers were as hard as steel and contained a very special and powerful energy. If it was refined well, it could break down the special energy inside, and in this way, some things would become impurities. Many beasts were born with powerful physical bodies, which humans could not compare to. Most of these were due to the special power contained within the physical bodies of beasts, which allowed them to grow and grow stronger without the need to cultivate their physical bodies. This was also why when refining pills, one would need to add some beast blood, beast core strength, and sometimes even some meat and bones. However, no alchemist had ever refined a whole beast into a pill. They had their own thoughts, but did not know how to refine it. And the heavenly alchemy that Chen Xiang obtained was something that taught people how to refine all things. Under the gigantic magic method furnace, it was burning with raging flames. In the evening, the flames were even more dazzling. The unreal ghost eagle had long been split into many different types of bizarre energies. The impurities in its huge body had already been wiped out by Chen Xiang. After its body was incinerated, Chen Xiang reduced the size of the magic method furnace by a lot, but it was still as tall as 2 people. He could clearly feel that the special energy released by the unreal ghost eagle was very special. If he ate it, it would be of great help to his body and the cultivation of the innate qi. He could not wait to condense this pellet and eat it. After the unreal ghost eagle was incinerated, most of the energy in its body transformed into mist forms and a small portion into powder. The powder could not be burnt, and now it was just like the normal refining steps, where many types of energy and mist were mixed with the powder, making it impossible to reject the energy, and the energy could be transformed into even more wondrous energy, condensing it into a pill again, which was ready to be consumed. On the rankings of the ancient beast, this fellow could be ranked 7th. Moreover, it was difficult to nurture, and it was extremely difficult to reproduce. Now that he owned one, it could definitely be considered a rare and unique beast, but it had been refined into a pill by Chen Xiang. If the master of the unreal ghost eagle knew about this, he would either commit suicide or kill Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang did not care. The unreal ghost eagle died from his own blade. He felt it was a pity and used it to concoct pills. The unreal ghost eagle's energy released a rainbow-colored glow, causing Chen Xiang to exclaim repeatedly, "As expected of an archaic mutated beast, you're also so beautiful when refining pills. I really want to eat it." Long Shui Zapet. 1. Ti was also aroused, and he was drooling in the ring. "All right, I'll condense 2 pills then, hee. As Long Shui was around, he would often look for these things to refine pills. It was enough for him to eat for a long time. Pride Pill G. O. D962. Pride Pill G. OD. Arrogant Pill GOD. Arrogant Pill GOD. Chen Xiang realized that it wasn't very difficult to refine the heavenly alchemy into a pill, so he didn't need the foreseeing alchemy to refine it into a pill. He only followed the methods in the heavenly alchemy to refine the pill, and only used the methods in the heavenly alchemy to concoct the pellet. 138000100. The magic method furnace became smaller and smaller, and when the unreal ghost eagle turned into energy fog, it became smaller and smaller. After being continuously squeezed and burned by the flames, the quality of the energy would become higher. He could totally turn this pill into a pill, which was nothing compared to using medicinal herbs to refine pills. The reason why he took out 2 of these pills was so that Long Shui could have a taste of 1 pill. The sky had already completely darkened, and the stars were densely packed in the night sky. The starlight was bright, so while Chen Xiang used the Tsamu Heavenly Dan's power to absorb the starlight, he also ignited flames to roast the 2B ALLS of colorful cyclones inside the magic method furnace that were like stars in the night sky. If it was the way he had eaten in the past, he would have roasted the unreal ghost eagle, but now he had refined it into a pill to eat. Although roasting the unreal ghost eagle to eat would be more satisfying, and the taste would also be good, but compare the energy and the speed at which it was digested, refining a pill was still better. Are you all right? I'm almost drooling. Long Shui pursed her lips and muttered. She had waited a long time and had already asked many times. Not yet. This is the heavenly alchemy. there's still one more step to forming the core. Chunxiang could imagine the expression of antic, one-ation on Long Xue's face, and this made him shake his head and laugh. What steps? Long Xue licked his lips and asked sweetly, to draw in the various powers in the world and refine this energy, one must go through this step before it tastes good. Behind Chunxiang was a forest. He could absorb the wood energy from the forest into the pill furnace. At the same time, he could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the star power in the starry sky. At this moment, he was looking forward to the effects of the pellet more and more. After all, the ingredients used were of the highest quality. That unreal ghost eagle was different from his other medicinal ingredients. As Chunxiang circulated his profound arts, the energy of the stars, the essence of nature, and the energy of heaven and earth all surged over. Through his body, they fused into the heaven fire S, and through the method of burning flames, they fused into the energy. This method of absorbing the various types of energy in the world was done according to the heavenly alchemy. He did not expect the effect to be so good, to be able to absorb so much in one go. If the heavenly alchemy was easy to refine, he might have already refined that city lord into a pill at City of the King last time. At that time it was because he knew there were many other troublesome steps that he did not seriously refine. In the dead of the night, it was already close to the stage of condensing a pill. Chunxiang was very anxious because before, when he absorbed the various energies in the world, there were a lot of movements, and this magic method furnace was actually transparent. As this pellet became more and more refined, the resulting multicolored light became larger and larger, and he was worried that it would attract some people over. Are you almost ready? At this time, Long Xue was like a hungry child looking at the meat broth that was being boiled in the pot. Chunxiang frowned his eyebrows and said with a heavy tone, Almost done. It's just that it's a bit difficult now when we're condensing pills. It's not as simple as I thought. Use your divine power, Long Xue said. Chunxiang had already used them since long ago. The divine power he released was extremely large. The pure gold light permeated into the magic method furnace and tightly wrapped around the two cyclones. As long as they were compressed into pills, it would be considered as a success. It was very difficult to form the core. He had released a large amount of G, D power, but he still could not push down the two cyclones. But he knew he would succeed sooner or later, because the two cyclones were slowly shrinking, but it would take a very long time to do so. Use all of your G, D power. This is your test. No matter how strong your G, D power is, you need to train more. What Long Xue said was the truth. If there was an empty and boundless G, D power that was unable to control it easily, it would be useless in the slightest. Chunxiang also wanted to quickly condense a pill, so he immediately released even more divine power and turned the magic method furnace into a pill furnace that was cast in pure gold. Golden clouds shot out in all directions, and under the night sky, it was like a peerless gem, causing the stars in the sky to lose their luster. However, the two pellets inside the furnace did not show any signs of weakness. Under the pressure of Chunxiang's divine power, the pellet released a 7-colored light that was comparable to the blinding golden light, making it look extremely beautiful. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly. Chunxiang exclaimed, Too powerful! Those two pills can actually resist! Before, he had only used the Dewan refining method of the heavenly alchemy to refine pills, and had never used the move of alchemy of all things. Even though these two pills have yet to take shape, to possess such formidable strength, it was truly Astonies. I+ing. These two pellets were refined from a rare and powerful strange beast, so it was natural for them to have this kind of power. Evil creature, I'm not afraid of you even if you're alive. How about you die? Chunxiang sneered. He suddenly felt a monstrous grievance coming out from the two pellets, releasing his spirit power, using soul-absorbing devil spell, dispersing the meaning inside. You want to go against the heavens? Chunxiang, heaved a sigh of relief. He did not think that the unreal ghost eagle's telepathic thoughts would be so powerful, to think that it would still be around even after being burnt for such a long time. It was the unreal ghost eagle's telepathic thoughts that caused him to grasp the power of the 2 pellets, thinking to counterattack. Although the unreal ghost eagle's telepathic thoughts had been eliminated, the ground was shaking even more violently now. This was because the unreal ghost eagle's energy was too strong, and through this degree of compression, the energy became even stronger, releasing a strong pressure that shook the ground. The area that Chen Xiang was in was shrouded in golden light. If one were to take matters into their own hands, it was very easy to find him, let alone the fact that there was an earthquake here. "Let me handle it." Chen Xiang roared, the golden divine power transforming into a few golden dragons, entwined with the 2 cyclones, tightly locking them down. After a while, the earth calmed down, the golden light and the colorful glow disappeared, and the beautiful starlight once again took over the land while the 2 unreal ghost eagle pellets had already been successfully refined. The 2 thumb-sized pills in Qin Xiang's hand seemed to have been 8s, assembled together by multicolored crystal. It didn't release any multicolored light. It's finally done. I never thought that the large bird would be able to refine such a beautiful bead. Long Shui swallowed his saliva and rubbed his hands together in excitement. Qin Xiang immediately placed a pill into his Yuyao ring. The unreal ghost eagle that others had painstakingly nurtured for many years had now been kneaded into 2 pills and snacks by him. Qin Xiang swallowed 1 pellet and felt a powerful energy undulate inside his body. Right now it was as if he was drinking alcohol. A surge of hot air was surging into his 4 limbs and bones. This pellet was countless times stronger than alcohol. He could feel the warm current and energy churning and roaring in his body. Arrogant pill G.O.D. Arrogant pill G.O.D. Arrogant pill G.O.D. This is great, and incomparably pure energy is exploding in my body. This is too great. Long Shui chuckled. I wonder what it would be like to use a dragon to refine pills. In the future, I will definitely catch an old emperor dragon for you to refine a dragon pill. Ha! Although Long Shui boasted shamelessly at this time, Qin Xiang was also very hopeful that he would be able to refine Emperor Dragon. His feeling was the same as Long Shui's. The pure energy that surged violently continuously came out of his body and washed over his body, giving him an indescribable feeling of pleasure. I'm afraid only this ancient beast can have this kind of feeling. This was the first time that Qin Xiang felt this good after consuming a spirit pill. 138000100. It's a pity that Sister Yu and Sister Meow can't eat it, but it's a good opportunity for us in the future. Long Shui laughed. At this moment, she was still licking her lips and savoring the taste. Her training method was different from Qin Xiang's. As long as she slept, she could quickly digest the energy. Qin Xiang now had to circulate his energy to refine it. Only then would he be able to unleash the power of the unreal ghost eagle pellet. Little Black, did you kill my Little Black? An enraged voice sounded out, accompanied by a gust of violent wind that blew the tree spirit tree behind Qin Xiang to pieces. A red-robed old man descended from the starry sky like a fiery rock. When his feet landed on the ground, it caused the ground to shake violently, and his feet were covered with cracks. After seeing the peach blossom on top of the red robe, Qin Xiang was slightly surprised. This was the people from the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. He had guessed many forces, but he never thought that it was sent by the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. And Mu Jialan had always wanted to befriend him, so there was no reason for them to send people to ambush him. Qin Xiang was currently full of energy and was not afraid of anyone finding trouble with him. You're talking about that unreal ghost eagle, right? This guy killed himself by hitting the tip of my blade. I thought it was a pity at the time, so I ate it for nothing. Little Black. You ate him? The red-robed old man was infuriated. his old eyes burning with blood-red flames. Hee, it was this guy who ambushed me from the air. At that time I was only pointing my blade at the sky, and this idiot was acting all by himself. He deserved it. Chen Xiang laughed, but the red-robed elder actually threw a punch forward. The force of the punch was extremely ferocious. It tore through the air and shook the earth like a bolt of lightning capable of ripping the heavens asunder. Chen Xiang took a step forward, and in half a blink of an eye, he had already moved away, avoiding the destructive strike. The red-robed old man was truly worthy of being the master of the unreal ghost eagle. He was very powerful. Old man, you're the one who told the big black bird to kill me, right? He deserved to be eaten by me. Oh, right? Are there a lot of these things in your peach blossom imperial land? Chen Xiang licked his lips and laughed. The red-robed old man was provoked by Qin Xiang and roared again and again. Like a mad cow, he rushed towards Qin Xiang. His fists struck everywhere. The shock wave from his punches was extremely intense, and with every punch, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. It's just an old man who knows how to use fire. This guy sent that unreal ghost eagle to kill me. I wonder, is it because of his own intentions or the entire peach blossom imperial land? Even though the opponent's fire was very strong, it was only a small itch for him. He could even go through a place like the core of the earth. So how could he be afraid of a fire of this level? Qin Xiang, I want to drink your blood and eat your fleas. Plus, the red-robed elder was furious. His punches were like wind and tigers, constantly attacking Qin Xiang. But they were all dodged by Qin Xiang. Flus. Teared and exasperated old man, I ate your unreal ghost eagle. You eating me is what I eat. Qin Xiang sneered. If you had teamed up with that beast to deal with me, maybe you could have taken me down, but you fearless old fellow, you would only dare not approach me from afar. The red-robed old man roared, his body exploding out with red fire that filled the sky, the flames turning into many flaming eagles. Russ. Plussing towards Qin Xiang at an extremely fast speed. Qin Xiang waved his hand and released a water wall. At the same time, he also used the black tortoise innate chi to condense 2 water whips, holding them in his hands and loss. Plussing at the fire eagles. Water vines. The move that Chen Xiang had released was extremely destructive to the people who trained in fire. After the red-robed elder was wrapped around, not only did the fire innate chi inside his body get extinguished, there were also streams of icy, cold power that he could not defend against. That was the hail magic wind. Qin Xiang let it silently enter the cold old man's consciousness, and in a few blinks of an eye, the old man plus Vered. Just as Qin Xiang was about to pull out his blade to slash at him, the red-robed elder suddenly shouted out. Blood was flowing out of his body. His blood was burning with a black flame. It was unbelievable that he could actually burn his water vines. Little B, A, S, T, A, R, D, I will definitely kill you. The red-robed old man suddenly became very calm. Black mist of blood exploded from his body as it burned with black flames. Soon after, it turned into a ray of red light and disappeared in a certain direction. You won't be able to escape. I'll definitely kill you. Qin Xiang fiercely leapt into the air and stepped on the shrinking step. After a few steps, he disappeared, and his speed was not slow either. The red-robed man was forced to use a secret technique to escape. That technique would only harm his own cultivation or risk being crippled. Qin Xiang could not let him escape successfully. Qin Xiang's speed had reached his limit, and this was the first time he was using the shrinking step with all of his strength. So the red-robed elder's speed was also extremely terrifying. In a short moment, he was already so far away, but this escaping technique that could burn his own life didn't last long. Little naughty dragon, do you want me to refine this old fellow for you to eat? Qin Xiang laughed. Nope. Just thinking about it makes me lose my appetite. Long Shui said as she curled her lips. Qin Xiang did not want to eat it either, but he wanted to test the effects of the pill. The speed of the red-robed elder had slowed down a lot, and did not realize that Qinxiang was following closely behind. Where is this direction? It feels like the spirit qi there is rather special, and only those large, sparite vein have such a thing. Qinxiang said in shock. The red-robed elder suddenly stopped, and from behind, Qinxiang saw many people rush, plussing out from a tall mountain. All of them seemed to be riding on a beam of light, flying towards the red-robed elder. It's Yao Shumi and her daughter and the lad. The demon empress is also here. Why are they here? Qinxiang was very surprised. He did not slow down at all. Leader, save me. He knew that he could not defeat Qinxiang. He did not know that Qinxiang's strength was so terrifying. Being able to restrain him at such a young age, if he did not use a secret technique to escape, he would have died a long time ago. Arrogant Pil God. Pride Pil God. 965 Prideful Pil God. Pride Pil G. Oh, D. 965 Prideful Pil G. Oh, D. Elder Yen. What happened? The moment Yao Shumi asked that question, he heard the light voice of the demon empress. It's Qinxiang. Qinxiang's shrinking step had reached its limit, and not long after the red-robed elder stopped, he caught up. With expressionless face, he raised his arm and slapped it towards the red-robed elder who was not far away, only seeing a huge green dragon plistening with a piercing green light. Qinxiang could feel a few waves of extremely strong resistance, one from the demon empress, Yao Shumi, and the other from Mu Jialan. Humph! Qinxiang roared angrily. He was not willing to surrender to these three strong energies. Suddenly thousands of gigantic mountains that reached into the clouds appeared behind him. Under the night sky, these 10,000 tall mountains were enveloped in a silver-white light. Their sudden appearance not only gave people a strong feeling of impact, but also a strong pressure. The power of 10,000 mountains. Qinxiang's dragon claw suddenly grew big. The aura and power generated by the myriad mountains painting behind him fiercely rushed into his body, allowing him to obtain a very strong power. Die! Qinxiang roared like a dragon. The green dragon claw was filled with overflowing killing intent. The killing intent it produced obscured the stars and moon, causing the world to turn pitch black. Boo! Oh. The dragon claw broke through the three forces that were blocking it with unstoppable force. The dragon claw converged plistening brightly in the night, its huge dragon claw splaws. Plussing out streams of green qi like a dragon dancing in the air, swallowing the mountains and rivers. The red-robed old man in the dragon claw was pressed together by a burst of force and turned into a pile of minced meat. Humph, what do you mean? How dare you stop me from killing? Qinxiang said angrily, not at all afraid of the two female heavyweights and the demon empress. Qinxiang, did you not hear me call him clan elder Yin just now? Yao Shumi was slightly angry, but her jade-like face remained calm. She knew that Qinxiang would never kill her peach blossom imperial land for no reason. I didn't hear it, but I do know that this guy chased me multiple times, once sending an unreal ghost eagle. After the unreal ghost eagle died, he personally came out, but he didn't get anything. Instead, he was chased all the way here by me. Qinxiang said coldly. What? The unreal ghost eagle died? Where is the corpse? Yao Shumi cried out in alarm, and her beautiful face lost all color. So did Mu Jialan and the demon empress. I ate it. Qinxiang snorted lightly. This guy is courting death. Don't blame me. You. The unreal ghost eagle was an archaic strange beast that her peach blossom imperial land had raised for many years. It took a lot of effort, and every year it would consume a lot of resources and eat a lot of spirit medicines to grow to a point where her body became transparent. But now it had been eaten by Qinxiang. The corner of Gu Dongqin's mouth twitched. He He obviously knew that the unreal ghost eagle was very precious, but he did not expect that the outcome would actually be Qin Xiang's indifferent "I was eaten." "Hey, Duan Sanchong told me before, your Peach Blossom Imperial Land doesn't want to form a feud with me, and now you are sending people to kill me? If I didn't hear that your relations, H.I. plus P with Dan Fragrance Pure Land and yourself were not bad, I wouldn't be so easy to deal with right now. I can't beat you, but you can't." Chen Xiang crossed his arms across his chest, his face full of anger. Yao Shumi did not speak as he closed his eyes to eliminate the anger in his heart, but Mu Jialan only looked at him with a pair of sad and beautiful eyes. Chun Xiang looked at the little demon empress. "You are the little demon empress, right? But why did you attack me?" "Madam Peach Blossom is my friend. Can't I help her?" Her voice was gentle, but to Qin Xiang it was ice-cold. Even she herself did not understand why, especially when Qin Xiang used a pair of thief-like eyes to scan her body from top to bottom. The look in her eyes was as if she wanted to melt her pale pink dress. She had never been stared at with such boldness and rudeness before. This woman is probably as good as my sister in poison. Bai Yuyu sighed lightly. She suddenly missed her sister a lot. She had never missed her sister this much. Maybe they know each other. Can I ask her? Chen Xiang's heart moved as he asked for Bai Yuyu's opinion. All right, just try your best not to expose me. Bai Yuyu really wanted to know the news about her elder sister. Yao Shumi opened his eyes and gently spat out a mouthful of orchid. His anger had already disappeared, and he recovered his dignified and attitude, using a slightly lazy and gentle voice to say, "I do not know about Elder Yen bringing the unreal ghost eagle out. I will investigate, and that will end now." Gu Dongqin finally spoke. He said, "Madam Peach Blossom, if any of the other people in your Peach Blossom Imperial Land wants to use this matter to make things difficult for you, just speak. My super martial school will help you. Wouldn't it be fine to keep this a secret?" The little demon empress said as she and Chen Xiang looked at each other. Gu Dongqin really wanted to kick this junior martial uncle. He knew that Chen Xiang could get someone as beautiful as Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue, but now that he had seen the demon empress, his eyes never left her. This was the first time she had met this kind of man. If it was anyone else who looked at her in this way, they would normally SHI plus FT their gaze when she looked back at them. However, Qin Xiang did not. Suddenly, a gloomy and aged voice sounded. "It's a wishful thinking, the unreal ghost eagle that killed our Peach Blossom Imperial Land. We can't let it go no matter what." The demon empress turned her head to look at the red-clothed elderly man who was flying over and said to Qin Xiang, "Are you still not going to run? This is the great clan elder of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. Why should I run? I know that someone at his level wouldn't act against a small fry like me. If the great clan elder of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land does something as big as bullying a small fry like me, if word of this gets out, the Peach Blossom Imperial Land will probably be used by others to compare himself to the Feng clan, Flying Immortal School, and Purple Moon Imperial Land." Chen Xiang said loudly, as if he was trying to spread these words across the entire heaven, thunder, purgatory. Feng clans and Flying Immortal School's reputation had indeed declined greatly. If Peach Blossom Imperial Land also followed in their footsteps, then the world would have another person to mock. The great clan elder of Peach Blossom Imperial Land had originally wanted to attack, but now he could only endure. "Was it you who killed Jing Xingliang?" the Grand Elder asked, his voice low and sinister. As he spoke, the wrinkles on his face trembled in a very frightening manner. "The entire human realm knows that I killed Jing Xingliang. How could you not know? Are you tired? You're already half dead, so stop wasting your time." Chen Xiang retorted back, causing the great clan elder to instantly become enraged. He really wanted to kill Qin Xiang with a palm. Pride Pill G. Oh, D965 Prideful Pill G. OD. Arrogant Pill GOD 96. arrogant pill god http com/no windows arrogant pill g d96 arrogant pill g http com/no windows. Jing Xingliang being the son of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land was something that everyone knew. And now, Chen Xiang was admitting it in front of the Peach Blossom Imperial Lands and the great clan elder's eyes, clearly putting the Peach Blossom Imperial Land in a difficult position. http com/no bulletproof windows. Although Yao Shumi was a leader, she and the great clan elder were not on friendly terms. It was because she relied on her dead husband to get the leader, and also because she was a girl, it was natural for her to be excluded from the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. Even though she was a leader, she did not have the final say in Peach Blossom Imperial Land. It could be said that there were two sects in Peach Blossom Imperial Land, and Yao Shumi belonged to the weaker faction. The only reason she was able to be a leader was because the great clan elder did not want her to suffer both defeat and defeat. Qin Xiang had long known about this from Ji Meixian, so Yao Shumi was not a threat. Of course I will not attack you. It is not my turn to attack a member of the younger generation like you. The great clan elder of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land had an angry look on his face as he said coldly. This great clan elder's name was He Kaiyong, and many of the ancient powers knew that she was fighting against Yao Shumi. It was not the first or second day that Yao Shumi and his wife were being bullied in Peach Blossom Imperial Land, but Yao Shumi had made many friends, such as the Little Demon Empress and Gu Dongqin, who had good relations. I+P with her. You killed Jing Xingliang and the Unreal Ghost Eagle. You won't be able to escape today, but we'll give you a chance. He Kaiyong had a sinister smile on his face. Chen Xiang could sense that there were more than 10 experts present, and they were all hiding in secret to prevent him from escaping. Chen Xiang felt disdain in his heart. If he were to run, the person in front of him would not be able to stop him at all. Back then, when he went to the sacred Dan realm to H the Chaos Fire, he had to take the risk and step into that dangerous situation. Great Clan Elder, leave this matter to me. You better not push Peach Blossom Imperial Land into a pit of fire. She was only making the right choice. If she and the Great Clan Elder were to be enemies with Chen Xiang today, allowing Chen Xiang to escape successfully, their Peach Blossom Imperial Land would be the same as the Feng Clan and would be met with endless vengeance. What kind of waves can a little brat create? Feng Clan and the rest were just too careless. That's why they were tricked so many times by this little demon. I will not make their mistakes. What He Kaiyong cared about was Chen Xiang's green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. As long as he could obtain this divine blade, his future would be limitless, and he might even be able to become a leader. Yang Yi, I'll leave this brat to you. He Kaiyong said lightly. Hearing He Tsayong's words, the complexions of both Mu Jialan and Yao Shumi changed. They clearly knew who Yang Yi was, and he seemed to be an extraordinary one as well. Chen Xiang suddenly felt a ripple in PAC. He only saw a person appearing beside He Kaiyong, holding a purple sword. The sword blade was engraved with a purple dragon. The spirit grain were densely packed. At the end of the sword hilt was a dragon head that was absorbing purple fire. With one look, one could tell that this sword was not an ordinary sword. Master, do you want to die or live? Yang Yi asked woodenly. Qin Xiang looked at the person called Yang Yi. He was dressed in black and was extremely handsome. The only bad thing was he looked like a cold, dead person. His face was as though he was frozen, and when his eyes looked at other people, they would carry a deep disdain, as though he deserved to be beaten. It doesn't matter if he lives or dies. Just take his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. He Kaiyong looked at Chen Xiang. Do you dare to fight against the new son of heaven of our Peach Blossom Imperial Land? If you lose, hand over the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. If I win, let me go, right? Chen Xiang gave a cold laugh. Do you really think you can trap me? Don't be so arrogant. With my master here, you have no chance of survival. Battling me is your only hope, but it's very small. If you are willing to obediently offer up the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and kowtow to our peach blossom imperial land to apologize and become my master slave, you might still be able to live a little longer. Yang Yi said indifferently, as though he was less than an ant. The demon empress looked at Gu Dongqin, indicating that she should help Qin Xiang. However, when she saw that Gu Dongqin did not seem to be concerned with himself, she knew that Gu Dongqin was not worried at all about his junior master. However, Yao Shumi's expression was still very heavy. She clearly knew the root of this Yang Yi's strength. Who do you think your master is? You want me to be his slave? I didn't like him carrying my shoes. Who the hell are you? You think that you can slash me with a divine sword? Chen Xiang looked like he did not care at all. He really did not put Yang Yi in his eyes. You are the arrogant ones. Even the demon empress here does not have 100% chance of stopping me. Are you guys stronger than the demon empress? Then why not fight with the demon empress and get her to hand over her most precious treasure? You bandits, you see others have treasures, and then you stop them from fighting with others. If you win, that's yours. If you lose, then you let them go. Isn't that just a waste of money? He Kaiyong said angrily. That's because you killed our former son, Jing Xingliang, and our Peach Blossom Imperial Land's precious beast, the unreal ghost eagle. Chun Xiang refuted loudly. Jing Xingliang deserved to die. Your heavenly woman can testify that he made a move on me first. Do you think you have nothing better to do? As for that unreal ghost eagle, you guys do not have high hopes for it. If you let it attack me, that would be seeking death. If others want to deal with me, I have to resist. If I slap your left cheek, will you stretch your right cheek over for me to slap? No matter what, you have to hand over the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. This level of divine tool cannot fall into your hands. He, Kaiyong, was in the wrong as he shouted loudly. No matter what, you have to cut off your head. A person like you doesn't deserve a person's mind. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. I can even speak such bulls. Hi+T. Attack! He Kaiyong said to Yang Yi in a low voice. Yang Yi suddenly disappeared. Qin Xiang only sensed a very weak ripple in S.P.A.C. Then Yang Yi's qi would completely disappear. This Yang Yi is born with a special technique. He can hide in the void of S.P.A.C. He can travel through those void S.P.A.C. You better be careful. Mu Jelon reminded Qin Xiang. His own strength is about the same as mine, but he possesses such a powerful spatial technique. I am not his opponent. Pride of the world, prideful G. Oh, D of pills, prideful G. Oh, D of pills, prideful G. Oh, D of all things. Qin Xiang now understood why Yang Yi was so confident. He had truly mastered a powerful, mysterious technique. The SBAC outside was simply a void. That place was a mess, filled with tyrannical power of SBAC, and had a very profound law of SBAC. Qin Xiang now understood why Yang Yi was so confident. He had truly mastered a powerful, mysterious technique. The SPAC outside was simply a void. That place was a mess, filled with tyrannical power of SPAC, and had a very profound law of SPAC. But this Yang Yi could enter that void SPAC at any time, and then let go of that void SPAC to teleport out. This was too heaven-defying. Not giving him time to think, he felt a very weak ripple in SPAC. This ripple was like a very fine speck of dust that landed on the ground, and it was difficult for anyone to detect it. Even the demon empress present could not feel such a ripple, so there was no need to mention Gu Dongqin, Yao Shumi, and the others. If Chen Xiang had not cultivated the divine blade and refined the deep sea, his consciousness would have reached perfection and turned into divine powers. He would not be able to feel this fluctuation right now. Half of the purple-colored sword suddenly appeared, piercing towards Chen Xiang's throat. Everyone was shocked when they saw this because they could only see the other half of the sword, not the person or the sword hilt. This stab came from another S, P, A, C. The most inconceivable thing was that when the half of the sword stabbed out, Qinxiang slightly turned his head, barely dodging the attack. Otherwise, his throat would have been pierced through. Yang Yi did not manage to hit it, and immediately retrieved back his purple celestial sword. S' face had a trace of a burn wound, as though he had been burned by red-hot iron, and it smelt of smoke and charred flesh. Just now, he had avoided being pierced in his own throat, but the sword still slid past his face. Truly amazing. Your distinguished self has truly grasped the essence of the ability of a turtle to hide its head. This humble one truly admires that ability. Qinxiang ridiculed. Yang Yi thrusted out his sword again, in response to Qinxiang. This sword was extremely vicious, and actually stabbed right into Qinxiang's legs. Now I understand why the Peach Blossom Imperial Land is made up of women. I never thought that men are made out of this kind of stuff. Qinxiang said angrily. Since the other party was already so ruthless, he definitely could not be merciful. Humph! What's the use of having a tough mouth? You can't even touch a single strand of his hair. Just give up. He Kaiyong sneered. Is that so? Can I really not touch a hair of his? Qinxiang glared at him angrily. Stepping on the ground, he immediately caused the earth to shake, the wind to howl, lightning to flash. His arms trembled, and a white mist leaked out. The incomparably vast dragon power was brewing inside Qinxiang's dantian, shaking the world, causing the weather to change, the ground to tremble, as though an angry dragon that had been sealed for 10,000 years had been born. It seemed that Yang Yi had truly angered him. Yang Yi relied on his ability to hide in the void and wasn't afraid of Qinxiang at all. Right at this moment, he suddenly thrusted at Qinxiang's legs again. The speed of his thrust was extremely fast, and regardless of whether it hit or not, he would immediately withdraw it back, preventing his immortal sword from being attacked. However, this sword strike did not hit because Qinxiang's entire body was enveloped by a strong and transparent force. What terrifying power! The dragon power that the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu has cultivated into is indeed extraordinary. It is really the same as the dragon's power, and it is even scarier than some of the true dragon's powers. This was the first time the Demon Empress saw Qinxiang only use his strongest power. Previously, when Qinxiang was fighting with the Heaven Devil King, the devil-suppressing holy power he used were different. Yang Yi and He Kaiyong were completely shocked by Qinxiang's dragon power. One must know that Qinxiang had just stepped into the Nirvana stage not long ago, so he had at most went through 3 tribulations. This made Yang Yi and He Kaiyong want to kill Qinxiang even more. Both of Qinxiang's eyes released a gold light. It was the God power that had surged out from his. He focused the God power into his eyes and condensed it into 2 points. Looking at his surroundings, he was locking onto Yang Yi's location. Following the continuous release of his dragon power, the earth trembled even more violently. His body was also covered in red gold scales, making him look like a dragon-shaped human warrior. His entire body BRM, M-I-N-G with destructive energy. Yang Yi was fearless. Although Qinxiang's current strength was terrifying, it was not able to threaten him who was in a void S-P-A-C. Even if Qinxiang had the power to tear through S-P-A-C, she would not be able to find him. The night sky was completely covered by dark clouds. Bolts of lightning danced wildly S-H-I plus ning the pitch-black world. Accompanied by the whistling wind, it felt as if a demon had descended from the sky. Everyone present looked at Qinxiang with their mouths wide open. They had distanced themselves from him, as they could accept his display of strength, because every time a dragon appeared, it was more or less like this. A purple light suddenly flashed, and Qinxiang's pair of golden eyes seemed to have already seen it. A hand quickly extended out, transforming into an illusionary image. blocking the purple light, and suddenly grabbed onto the purple immortal sword. His hand was wrapped with the white tiger fist gloves. Although it was only half a white tiger divine weapon, it was already very powerful. So when it came to dealing with immortal equipment, he did not waste any time talking. Now that the purple immortal sword was tightly grasped by him, it could not even move. You. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, get out here. Chun Xiang used a lot of force and pulled out his sword with him. Chun Xiang had already expected that this fellow would love the sword as if it were his life. As long as he could grab onto this sword, he would be able to pull him out. Yang Yi just did not expect Chun Xiang to have this kind of power, holding onto the immortal sword empty-handed, and even grabbing the immortal sword to death. Master, Yang Yi bellowed, while Chun Xiang's leg flew forward and fiercely kicked Yang Yi's crotch. That heavy kick could even kick Taishan, let alone the weak Eggy. When the men present saw this, Eggy couldn't help but feel pain. They could imagine the scene of an egg shattering as it fell onto the ground. Blast your turtle egg, Chun Xiang said viciously. He remembered that Lung Yulan had been saying this a lot. Yang Yi was kicked in the crotch area by Chun Xiang. He was almost crippled. In that moment, he lost all his strength and released the purple immortal sword. The foot Chun Xiang gave him was full of power and nearly used up 30% of Chun Xiang's dragon power. If a huge mountain was kicked, it would shatter, so Yang Yi's entire lower body would lose all feeling. Then a gold light shot out from between Chun Xiang's brows and seeped into the purple sword. He instantly erased the imprint on the sword and placed it inside the ring. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, flew into a rage. They were not allowed to S-N-A-T-C-H the divine blade, and instead the immortal sword was S-N-A-T-C, head away by Chun Xiang. How could he endure this? With a leap, his palm condensed with a burst of red energy. He smashed it towards Chun Xiang. When Chun Xiang obtained the immortal sword, he stepped on the shrinking step and flew towards Yang Yi, dodging He Tsayong's furious palm. At the same time, he arrived at Yang Yi's side, who was lying on the ground and moaning. His palm landed on Yang Yi's dantian, and his body trembled, releasing a dense mist. At the same time, He Kaiyong flashed behind him and smashed his palm towards the back of his head. Shadow S-H-I Pluster. Under the mist, Chun Xiang immediately unleashed the sacred art he had just learned, allowing him and Yang Yi to exchange positions at an extremely fast speed. Furthermore, the moment that the mist dissipated was also extremely appropriate, allowing Yang Yi to receive that palm blow to the point that his head was about to burst open. And everyone saw this scene. Chun Xiang immediately ran away on his shrinking step and shouted while grinning, "You killed yourself!" Pride Pill G. Oh, D967 _ Pride Pill G. OD. Arrogant Pill GOD 968. Arrogant Pill GOD from http://no windows. Arrogant Pill GO D968. Arrogant Pill GOD from http://no windows. He Tsayong's hands were full of blood. His skinny body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the blood in his hands, he did not dare believe that he had personally killed his disciple, and even made the immortal sword not take it away. That immortal sword was bestowed to Yang Yi by a great character who came down from Heaven Realm. Because Yang Yi possessed that strange technique of teleporting through void S. PAC, that great figure at that time praised him endlessly, giving him an immortal sword the moment he got excited. Even his master was envious, but now, chase! He Tsayong's angry roar set off a burst of violent winds, causing the thunderclouds in the sky to scatter. After Chun Xiang executed the form displacement transposition, he stepped on the shrinking step and started to run wildly, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. http://table of contents. Both of He Tsayong's eyes turned red. He led his 10 odd clan elders and ran in the direction that Chun Xiang had disappeared to. Yao Shumi originally wanted to stop them, but in the blink of an eye, The group had disappeared into the distance. That's the purple dragon immortal sword. I heard it was refined from a purple dragon bone and has a bit of fame in the heaven realm. It was actually S.N.A.T.C. had away by a little brat here. Although Chun Xiang's strength was 1,000 miles away from hers, his actions and actions were extremely shocking. Hee, I am already used to it. My martial uncle is so powerful. You must have formed an alliance with him. If it were not for the fact that many people think about Junior Master's green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and heaven-earth killing method, he would definitely be treated as an important guest by many of the great powers. Gu Dongqin laughed. Chun Xiang was indeed right. Chun Xiang was a strange person in the young generation. He had the demeanor of a great emperor. But because his strength was currently too weak, he was able to grasp many shocking and precious things, which was why he was being chased by so many great powers. Madam Peach Blossom, you should prepare how to deal with the aftermath of your great elder's death. I feel that if they were to chase after our junior martial uncle, they probably won't be able to come back alive. Gu Dongqin's words made Yao Shumi and Mu Jialan's bodies tremble slightly. The fragrance of their jade bodies started to spread, and it was heard that many experts who went after Chun Xiang rarely returned alive. The last time Chun Xiang used his status to obtain the heaven-earth killing method in Pill City, he attracted many ancient powers, and many experts died at that time and night, all because of Chun Xiang. However, no one knew what kind of method Chun Xiang used, but up until now, people had still discussed about this strange matter from time to time. If this is kept secret, I might not feel so pressured in the future. Yao Shumi looked in one direction, which was the large mine that their Peach Blossom Imperial Landess were occupying. Just now, 2 people ran towards that direction. The little demon empress looked at her surroundings and said softly, "You don't have to worry about this. You can talk to Chun Xiang about it first. On the surface, you are treating him hard, chasing after him, offering him rewards. But in the shadows, you are on good terms with him. That's not a problem. My junior master's escaping ability is first-rate, so it's not a big deal even if there is another Peach Blossom Imperial land chasing after him. Even if the Demon Empress were to send out the entire Demon Charming Association, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to catch him." Gu Dongqin chuckled. Chun Xiang's strength was similar to his, but there was no guarantee that he would win in the future, not to mention that he was extremely respectful to his own master and Huang Jintian. For Chun Xiang to be able to cultivate the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu, it meant that he was a madman like his master and Huang Jintian. Chun Xiang had only been in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory for a short while, but he had already caused so much trouble. First, he had killed the Son of Heaven, released a large group of people, then killed many elders of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and annihilated the Heaven Devil King. Now he had even killed the new son of Heaven Peach Blossom, who possessed a special technique and was bestowed a celestial sword by a great figure of the Heaven Realm. The great clan elder would never admit that he had smashed his own head. If not, what would the big figures of the Heaven Realm think of him? Although Gu Dongqin and the Demon Empress were present, their words would definitely be denied by the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. It was just that the great elder He Kaiyong was still chasing after Chun Xiang and had not returned to the Peach Blossom Imperial Land for several days already. These guys have suffered a huge loss. Not only did they lose a good seedling, they even lost an immortal sword in my hands. Haha. Chun Xiang was secretly delighted. He sprinted forward and laughed non-stop, making the old fellow, who was chasing after him, stomp his feet in anger. He Kaiyong did not dare to attack Chun Xiang right now. He was worried that something like a Heaven Devil King would appear if too many things were to be destroyed. Old guys, it's better for you to take a break. If we're competing in strength, you can defeat me with a single slap. But in terms of speed, you guys can't compare to 10 Heaven Supreme Lords' shrinking step, haha. As Chun Xiang flew away, he encouraged the elders behind him. If this goes on, all of your old bones will break apart. By the way, Great, Elder. How did you feel when you smashed your disciple's head? Isn't that great? It was not the first time that Chan Xiang had poked his sore spot. Now Hikayong could no longer endure, and roared. However, it was just a mad shout and nothing more. His chest was blocked. If he did not shout, he would definitely explode in anger. It was not difficult for Chan Xiang to get rid of the people chasing after him. It was just that he did not want them to return so easily. If possible, he wanted to kill all these fellows so that they would not grow stronger and threaten him in the future. 10 days had said, and Qin Xiang had not stopped even once as he stepped on the shrinking step. The people following behind were the same as well. They had chased for so many days, and Qin Xiang was right in front of them. So how could they give up? Of course, they had suspected that Qin Xiang was deliberately playing with them. But they felt that this was Qin Xiang's fastest speed. Otherwise, they would have left them in the dust long ago. They had experienced the hards. Plus PS that they had endured during these 10 days, and they believed that for a young man like Qin Xiang, escaping from such a place would take a lot of energy, so they continued to chase him down. If they knew that Chan Xiang had cultivated to the large success stage of a mortal devil body and had countless of medicinal pellets on him, they would have returned a long time ago without even looking back. The other was to bring this group of old bones to tour around the beautiful scenery of the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. He wanted to see why the White Tiger told Duan Sanchong and the others not to come in. He wanted to know what secrets the Heaven Thunder Purgatory was hiding, and also wanted to find Duan Sanchong's grandfather. Chan Xiang brought this group of people and ran for 13 days. Just at the evening of that day, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Qin Xiang was shocked. So there weren't 10 old fellows? Why is there one now? I didn't notice it either. When did this guy come out? He seems to be right behind those old fellows. Long Shui also felt that this was unbelievable. D.A.M. N. Why does this slovenly old fellow look so similar to Duan Sanchong? Don't tell me it's his grandfather. Qin Xiang was stunned for a moment. The people of the Duan clan were truly eccentric. Duan Sanchong's grandfather was actually laughing as he followed closely behind them, just like a naughty old man who wanted to join in on the fun. Pride Pilji. Oh, D968. Pride Pilji. Oh. Duan Sanchong's grandfather was once the patriarch of the Duan clan, although there were only a dozen or so people in the Duan clan. For him to be able to become the patriarch, his strength must be extraordinary. Furthermore, Duan Sanchong once said that his grandfather was a tomb-robbing genius. Duan Sanchong's grandfather was once the patriarch of the Duan clan, although there were only a dozen or so people in the Duan clan. For him to be able to become the patriarch, his strength must be extraordinary. Furthermore, Duan Sanchong once said that his grandfather was a tomb-robbing genius. The people of Peach Blossom Imperial Land also discovered that there was one more person in their team. This smiling, dirty old man was like a ghost, suddenly appearing and following them for a period of time, causing them to tremble in fear. Who are you? He did not slow down at all. As long as they were slightly slower, Qin Xiang would be able to escape. I am Duan Chong. Who are you? The old man chuckled. You guys are faster. You live much longer than that kid. Why are you running so slow? Duan Sanchong had mentioned his grandfather's name before, and it was precisely Duan Chong. This slovenly old man was truly Duan Sanchong's grandfather. Don't worry about it. You'd better stay away from us. Although he knew that Duan Chong's strength was not weak, he was not afraid. If not for the fact that he was chasing and killing Qin Xiang right now, he would have stopped to take care of him. Duan Chong's old face revealed a trace of anger. I already told you my name is Duan Chong. Why didn't you tell me? You cheated. Scram to the side. If you keep bothering us, don't blame us for being impolite. Hikayong shouted in anger. Qin Xiang's voice came from the front. This is the Duan clan's patriarch. You guys don't want the Peach Blossom Imperial Land's tombs to be dug up? you'd better be a bit more polite towards him. There were very few members of the Duan clan. Moreover, their movements were usually secretive. Others only knew their surname, so they rarely knew their name. The ancient powers would usually call them tomb robbers. At this moment, He Kaiyong did not doubt in the slightest what Qinxiang had said. The strange old man in front of him was indeed very similar to the Duan clan's patriarch who had disappeared for many years. He also knew that the Duan clan had extremely powerful concealment abilities, so they could quietly come to their side. All of you are really boring. To think that the little guy in front of me is more interesting. I'm not playing with you all anymore. As Duan Chong spoke, he disappeared in a flash. In just an instant, he had arrived beside Qinxiang. This startled Qinxiang so much that he almost shouted loudly. Even though he was not using his full power with a shrinking step, his speed was definitely not slow. This Duan Chong actually arrived beside him in just an instant. This old fellow. How did he do it? Qinxiang asked Long Shui. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a secret spatial technique, because I don't sense any fluctuations in S, P, A, C. Long Shui thought about it bitterly, because she felt that Duan Chang's method was somewhat familiar. Right, it's shadow step. This is a very ancient secret technique. It's said that as long as your shadow is moving, he will be able to follow you and not let you know. Duan Chong grinned and laughed. Kid, how did you recognize me? Not many people know my name. Qinxiang said honestly, your darling grandson told me. When I came in, he asked me to come and find you. This brat is really considerate. When you go back, tell them that I have something important to take care of here, so they don't need to worry about me. Right, why are these guys chasing you? Duan Chong actually didn't suspect Qinxiang's words. Not only did they come to kill me time and time again, they even wanted to rob me. I was forced to kill some of them. I was outnumbered, so I had no choice but to escape. Qinxiang sighed. Duan Chong nodded. You are currently using the shrinking step, right? Only the people of the ground killing are able to grasp this kind of footwork. It seems like it is normal for you all to have mastered the initial stage of the ground killing and to be chased down by them. Qinxiang's eyes lit up. Duan Chong knew a lot of things. Many people knew about the heaven-earth killing method, but they did not know that it was divided into many different levels. Senior, can you help me? Kill them all. Who knew that Duan Chong would say it very casually, no problem. But after they die, Peach Blossom Imperial Land will definitely know that it was you who did it. Aren't you afraid of offending Peach Blossom Imperial Land? What's wrong with that? Foam Clan, Flying Immortal School, Purple Moon Imperial Land, and White Sea Imperial Land have all fought against me, so I'm not afraid of having another Peach Blossom Imperial Land. Qinxiang looked indifferent. He really wasn't afraid. Oh my G.O.D. As expected of someone who obtained the inheritance of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. You have guts. All right, I'll help you deal with these guys, but I'm only responsible for catching them. When you kill them, you'll have to do it yourself. Duan Chong spoke, very easily. Looking at his expression, it was as if he was trying to catch someone at the back. Thank you, Senior. Qinxiang laughed. This way he would not have to do it himself. He Kaiyong and the others who were chasing from behind had faces full of anger, because the old and young ones in front of them actually looked down on them. This angered them greatly. They were trying their best to escape, but they were still unable to catch up. He Kaiyong kept staring at the two in front of him, and suddenly Duan Chong disappeared. Be careful. He Kaiyong was extremely vigilant. Upon discovering that Duan Chong was not seeing him, he immediately tensed up and was ready to take action. Qinxiang released his G.O.D. power and observed the situation. He wanted to see how Duan Chong dealt with He Kaiyong and the others. I know you're re-elected leader. We even drank alcohol at that time. It's just that I never thought that the people of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land would not fall to such a degree. They're actually just like those traitors, a group of robbers. Duan Chong had a strange smile on his face, making people tremble with fear. The previous leader had ascended a long time ago. He was a character, and after living for many years, Duanchong had actually recognized him, which meant that Duanchong was a person of that era. If our old leader is here, he would definitely support us. That kid has a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword after all. He Kaiyong was a little afraid. Regarding the Duan clan, many of the ancient powers only knew that their people were withered and their tombs were stolen all year round. They were cursed, so they did not know much else. That makes it even harder to fight for it. Don't you know the origin of that blade? Guachong did not immediately take action, but followed beside Hikayong. Nonsense, we don't know how to atch it. Hikayong said. Back then, he consecutively received respect from great Yenjing for this blade, and it took him a lot of effort to subdue this divine blade. It can also be said that this blade took the initiative to recognize its master, and was blood related to the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. Later, the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord paid a heavy price to not let this blade disappear with him, and had to cut off all contact with the divine blade. The divine blade was also affected. The soul of the blade was destroyed, but its spirit was still around. Gua Chong paused for a moment before continuing, which is to say this blade is already linked to that brat's life, unless that brat is the same as Ten Heavens Supreme Lord, but with his current strength he is unable to do so. This delay blade cannot be given to anyone else, so no one can take it away, it's futile. This guy is even more sinister than Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. I don't believe it. Although Hikayong said that, he believed half of it. Chunseong now knew how the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword, broke away from the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord, but he was very curious. The four symbols' divine weapons was above the Chun martial continent, so this was obviously not a coincidence. Chunseong now knew how the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword, broke away from the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord, but he was very curious. The four symbols' divine weapons was above the Chun martial continent, so this was obviously not a coincidence. Senior, stop bragging with him. Hurry up and make your move. Chunseong urged. He was anxious to ask Duan Chong some things. 138000100. I have to brew. Duan Chong continued to speak to Hikayong. I know you may not believe me, but what I said was the truth. You guys and those who tried to steal my blade all wasted your efforts, especially those who died because of me. You truly deserve death for nothing. He killed 2 of my disciples and stole our celestial swords. I must catch him. He Tsayong's face was filled with anger as he thought about all of these things. Oh, if you want to kill them or steal their divine blades, then kill them. Now that he's the one who killed them and even stole a celestial sword, it means that they are a group of pigs. Duan Chong chuckled. You're courting death. Hikayong roared angrily. He pushed his palm towards Duan Chong, who was not far away from him, causing a gust of astral wind to blow. But Duan Chong had disappeared the moment he used his palm. What is this? For some reason, Hikayong and the other 9 elderly men felt their feet sink into the soil, as though they were standing on a swamp and were slowly sinking. Furthermore, no matter how much strength they used, they were unable to break free. So the moment they released their powers, the energy would immediately be absorbed, and their bodies would descend even faster. In the blink of an eye, they had sunk down to their knees, where Chunseong had also stopped. From his current position, they could feel that this area was shrouded by a very strange and powerful force, causing them to sink down. Duan Chong came to Chunseong's side and laughed. Do these idiots really think I'm easy to bully? Pit of HEL. Didn't your Duan clan lose its legacy long ago? Hurry and leave, otherwise my Peach Blossom Imperial Land will definitely exterminate your Duan clan. Hikayong shouted in shock. Bulsh *T. You should beg for mercy at this time. That way, you might be able to die a bit more comfortably. Chunseong walked over, picked up a rock, and ruthlessly smashed it onto Hitsayong's head. Little bastard, I'll skin you alive. He Kaiyong was smashed into pieces, and he roared at Qin Xiang. You've been in closed-door training for too long, right? Don't you know that if someone falls into my hands, I won't let them have any chance to take revenge? Qin Xiang took out another rather large stone and threw it at He Tsayong's forehead. The rock was extremely fast, and Qin Xiang had even injected a bit of dragon power into it. It flew over like an arrow, and upon colliding with He Tsayong's head, it shattered into pieces, and He Tsayong's forehead had also become red and swollen. Now they could be sure that they had all lost the ability to retaliate. This pit of Hel was truly powerful. Qin Xiang himself did not know what would happen if he were to be trapped inside this thing. Kid, you can do whatever you want. These guys are not worth sympathizing with. It's better for you to die early if you act so arrogantly. Duan Chong laughed and followed Qin Xiang's example. The stone smashed into the people who were half buried in the ground. It smashed happily like a naughty child. He Kaiyong was furious, but no matter what he did, he could not unleash his powers. So only now did he begin to panic. Qin Xiang took out his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, his face as gloomy as water, and walked towards He Kaiyong. He stood beside the purgatory world, and just as he raised his divine blade, a purple light suddenly shot out from the distance, illuminating the dark sky. Purple moon, quickly save us. There must be a heavy debt of grat. One tood. He Kaiyong saw the purple light and immediately shouted excitedly, Save your sister. Qin Xiang shouted coldly. His divine blade slashed down quickly. An invisible force shot out from the blade edge, sweeping across. The 10 elders who were stuck on the ground were cut apart like bamboo. From their waists, blood flowed out, but they did not die. Stop! The purple moon rushed over, and a huge purple-colored palm smashed down from the sky. The huge palm brought with it a strong pressure, and the moment it appeared, a deep imprint formed on the ground. Qin Xiang was so shocked that blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. As expected of the leader of the traders, he actually bullied a little imp with such a high cultivation base. Duan Chong suddenly appeared by Qin Xiang's side and threw a punch at the purple-colored huge palm that was pressing down. That skinny old fist, which seemed ordinary and did not have the slightest fluctuation in its power, actually possessed extremely terrifying strength, and it could even break apart the purple-colored huge palm as if it was capable of breaking the heavens. The purple-colored innate qi madly surged and transformed into a purple-colored astral wind. It rose high into the sky and formed a purple-colored light curtain, which was indeed very enchanting. Duan Chong, you're actually not dead yet. The purple moon cried out and then slowly descended, while Qin Xiang also struck his palm towards the 10 old men from the Peach Blossom Imperial Land who had their waists broken, releasing a dragon power that formed a gigantic palm, like slapping bean curd, making it look extremely tragic. Seeing Qin Xiang insisting on killing those 10 people in front of him made him feel extremely unhappy, as he had already planned to protect those 10 people. After all, they had just said that there would be a heavy debt of grat. 1, Tood, and He Kaiyong was a great clan elder. Others can't cure it, but I can. The purple glow on the purple moon's body dissipated, revealing a handsome face that looked like it was crowned jade. A pair of eyes that were as deep as the stars shone with waves of killing intent. I want to capture you. Beneath the purple moon was a purple sea of fire. The flames in the sea of fire turned into purple fire beasts that roared, causing the earth to tremble as they rushed towards Qin Xiang. The 10,000 beasts galloped about. Their auras were Astonies. Plussing, causing one's heart to tremble. This purple moon's technique was very similar to the heaven-earth killing method. The purple moon beast's killing technique was something a traitor would betray the emperor for the sake of obtaining it. I don't think it's that great. Duan Chong lifted Qin Xiang and fiercely swung down. He actually wanted to block the attacks of the 10,000 beasts by himself. The 10,000 strange beasts formed from purple flames madly rushed over. Each of them was carrying an extremely violent force as they charged forward, like a violent and surging tide. Duan Chong clenched his teeth, and from his stomach a loud sound came out. His two swords sunk into the ground. Straight to his knees, the wave of purple flames suddenly stopped and slowly sunk down. This was Duan Chong's purgatory vermilion bird. Even those flying in the sky would be sucked down and sink into the ground. In just a few seconds, this huge group of purple fire beasts would sink into the ground. The purple moon floated in the air, both of its eyes emitting a purple light of killing intent. Looking carefully, one could also see that it was slowly descending. 13800-100. The purple moon floated in the air, both of its eyes emitting a purple light of killing intent. Looking carefully, one could also see that it was slowly descending. 13800-100. Duan Chong, looks like you survived a great calamity. To think that you actually learned the purgatory vermilion bird. But that's fine too. Today I will capture you together with that brat. 2B. A-L-L-S of purple light appeared under the purple moon's feet. It looked like he was stepping on two purple B. A-L-L-S. Break! The purple moon did not continue to resist the suction force from the purgatory vermilion bird and fiercely descended. The two purple light B ALLS beneath its feet fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake violently as the area where it had just engulfed the purple flame beast had suddenly cracked open. Waves of purple light leaked out from the ground, as if a large amount of purple lava was gus. H.I. plussing out from the ground. The ground 3,000 meters around the purple moon cracked open. Purple light shot out from the cracks one after another, followed by the simultaneous cries of 10,000 beasts coming from the ground. All of the cracks in the ground were shattered by the sound of the roars, and many vicious purple flame beasts came out from the ground. Russ. H.I. plussing forward in a domineering manner. Chun Xiang watched in shock. The strength of this purple moon was simply too strong. He had seen Feng Clan S flying Immortal School S. Felt that this purple moon was even stronger than Zhao Yipper found, and should be on the same level as the Demon Empress. The purple moon looked very young, and must be someone whose cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. But why would he appear here? This kind of person should have flown up a long time ago. Moreover, he was very familiar with Duan Chong. I don't only have control over the purgatory vermilion bird. Duan Chong's face was now extremely serious. Seeing his serious look, Chen Xiang immediately made mental preparations, and this sloppy old man became serious. He should be very powerful. Purgatory evil dragon, appear! Green veins popped out from Duan Chong's face, his eyes staring straight ahead. The withered old man's body suddenly swelled up. He looked extremely intrepid. The bulging of his body caused his clothes to burst, revealing his muscles. The ground behind him started to crack. Lines of red-eyed, two-headed dragons roared out from the cracks, their mouths spitting out black, evil chi. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 gigantic dragons with bodies as large as mountains appeared behind Duan Chong. Their thick bodies were filled with deep black scales that shot out evil energy in all directions. Hurry up and leave. This level of battle will affect you. Su Meiyao shouted. This old fellow is really amazing. Chun Xiang exclaimed. He turned and ran, and at the same time 1,000 evil dragons flew towards the 10,000 purple flame beasts. In that moment, when both sides clashed, it made people feel like the entire heaven thunder purgatory was being destroyed. Chun Xiang quickly left the battlefield. Although he could not see what was happening behind him, he could still hear terrifying sounds and vibrations from that place. He knew that the fierce battle had only just begun. It should be the modifications made by the beast-slain method. Chun Xiang guessed, although he did not have the beast-slain method, it was very similar to the description inside the ground killing. Beast Slain method is relatively easy to learn. Moreover, it is what 10 Heaven Supreme Lord is most proficient in. He is a lion in the first place. Back then, the ancestors of the ancient powers were all followers of the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord. So the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord must have taught them many improved and easy-to-learn Heaven-Earth killing methods. Long Shui said, I feel that some of the techniques in our Imperial Dragon race have the shadow of the Heaven-Earth killing method. Now that Chen Xiang caused such a commotion, and he did not expect that Purple Moon Imperial Land's leader would actually be such a strong person, he did not dare find Gu Dongqin and the others right now, in case there was an ambush. Qin Xiang felt that this was the name given to this place a long time ago. Duan Sanchang's grandfather, Duan Chong, had been here for a long time and had learned 2 powerful skills, the Purgatory Vermilion Bird and the Purgatory Evil Dragon. The White Tiger had also said that this was a trap set up for the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord by a mysterious and powerful force back then. Qin Xiang wandered around here for 3 days. Other than running into a few fierce beasts, he did not discover anything else. The sky had just begun to brighten when Qin Xiang slept on top of a tree. When he jumped down, he saw Duan Chong smiling at him. Qin Xiang was shocked. He regained his senses and asked, Senior, are you done fighting? Duan Chong had already changed into a clean set of black clothes. He played with his messy white hair and sighed. We were evenly matched, but I still had the chance to win. Who would have thought that a fellow who claims to be from the Ghost Sage would suddenly appear with a large group of people who are neither human nor ghost, killing everyone here? The one leading the group is very strong, so we can only end it for now and go deal with those things. Ghost Sage? There was another Heaven Devil King from before. How many strange and powerful fellows were there in this Heaven Thunder Purgatory? Senior, you have been here for so long. Do you not know the background of that Ghost Sage? Qin Xiang asked. I don't know, but I know about the Sky Demons. However, that fellow seemed to have been annihilated. His army of Sky Demons is currently in a mess, and there were even a few Sky Demons that appeared to fight to be the ruler, and then a few Heaven Devil King-s appeared. Duan Chong said with a helpless expression on his face, This group of Sky Demons is not much of a threat, but the Ghost Sage that just appeared is quite impressive. If this Heaven Thunder Purgatory can be used by outsiders to easily enter, then there must be something fishy. Then they won't come after us, right? Qin Xiang was a little worried about that fellow called Ghost Sage. What are you afraid of? Even if you come, I can give you some time to run away. Duan Chong patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and laughed. You can obtain the entire ground killing. Your future will be limitless. The Purgatory killing technique was only modified from the ground killing, while the Purple Moon's Purple Moon beast killing technique was modified from the beast slain method. Qin Xiang nodded. He had guessed it right before. Senior, why would a green dragon demon slain broadsword appear in the Chen martial continent? Qin Xiang asked. This was the answer he always wanted to know. I'm not too sure either. I only know that 10 Heaven Supreme Lord had his 2 good friends hide the green dragon, demon slain, broadsword back then. Duan Chong shook his head. Qin Xiang thought for a while, then asked, Who are 10 Heaven Supreme Lord's 2 friends? Duan Chong recalled the historical fragments he had obtained. A dragon and a flame lion. As expected, took a deep breath. A lion is that super old fire beast. The super old fire beast said before that he was sealed up by a dragon that was related to the Imperial Dragon race. Qin Xiang remembered that to enter the core of the earth from the Yu Ming Deep Abyss, he had to use a green dragon demon-slain broadsword. The reason he had obtained the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and the profound wood diamond armor was all because of the 4-phase magic kung fu. And the 4-phase magic kung fu came from the Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu, which was also Pa-S, said down from the Imperial Dragon race. It was not hard to guess that the people who had established the profound realm and the path to the core of the earth should be the super old fire beast and that dragon. The number of people inside the Heaven Thunder Purgatory grew larger and larger. The news that Chen Xiang had asked him to release had already spread throughout the entire human realm, and it was hard for those large powers to hide it even if they wanted to. Moreover, they were quite safe when they came in, and would only be struck by lightning if they were unlucky. http://no bulletproof windows/ The number of people inside the heaven thunder purgatory grew larger and larger. The news that Chen Xiang had asked him to release had already spread throughout the entire human realm, and it was hard for those large powers to hide it even if they wanted to. Moreover, they were quite safe when they came in, and would only be struck by lightning if they were unlucky. http://no bulletproof windows/ This way, the big powers would find it difficult to enslave the rogue cultivators to do their work for them. And because Chen Xiang had saved a group of them, the evil deeds of the ancient powers would be known to everyone. And once those people left the heaven thunder purgatory, the reputation of the ancient powers would spread far and wide. Although rogue cultivators didn't have any power, they were the largest group. Now that the ancient powers were bullying them like this, they would definitely join forces. If they let those rogue cultivators with the surname of Blood find out, they might be oppressed. Chun Xiang and Duan Chong were currently at the gathering place for itinerant cultivators, and wanted to find out some news about the Purple Moon Imperial Land. It made him a little unhappy to have such a powerful leader. He wanted to secretly cut the Purple Moon Imperial Land down and cause heavy losses for it. The rogue cultivators rushed into Heaven Thunder Purgatory like the tide. Because there were many Sparite vein here, with luck they could hunt pretty good demon beasts or obtain some genius treasures. It could be said that this place was filled with treasures. Some business-savvy people even organized a group of people to take the materials and quickly build a city here, a house. Qin Xiang and Duan Chong were in a semi-finished city. Although the entire city was only normally completed, there were a lot of people already. There were already a lot of people gathered inside the Heaven Thunder City. After the Heaven Thunder City's ban was lifted, many people gathered around. Elder Duan, what exactly do you have to do here? Chun Xiang used a pill to exchange for a small house. The Heaven Thunder Purgatory would not close soon, so he had to stay here for a while. Right now, he and Duan Chong were in the small house. In the small courtyard, Duan Chong frowned and sighed. To tell you the truth, I can't leave for the time being. There's a very mysterious power in this D.A.M. N place that has trapped me here. I can't leave through that tunnel. And every once in a while I get attacked by a power that is similar to Nirvana Doom. Oh! Chen Xiang did not expect what the White Tiger said to be true. No wonder he did not allow Yin Yanran and the others to come. He guessed that some kind of power here could sense the bloodlines and make a judgment from them, trapping these people. Duan Chong laughed and said with complete optimism, "But nothing will happen to me. My Duan clan can be said to be the best in the world to flee for our lives. And the reason why my strength has increased by leaps and bounds over the years is all thanks to those ridiculous attacks." Qin Xiang said, "This place has special powers to deal with the descendants of the loyal subjects in the 10 heavens, Supreme Lord. Fortunately, I did not let the intestines enter. The brat had already found the clue you left behind and almost came here." Duan Chong anxiously said, "Don't ever let my Duan clan's men in. We were already cursed, and coming in here will only make things worse. But this guy is not bad. He actually managed to dig the grave of the Flying Immortal School." Qin Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're hurting him. He's the one who did this. He's being kicked out of the Duan clan right now, or else the Duan clan will be in trouble." "What's wrong with that? I've also experienced this kind of thing back then, and being kicked out is a good thing. In the future, this kid can't blame the Duan clan for anything. If he has the ability to dig the grave of the Flying Immortal School, then he has the ability to dig the grave of the ancestor of other traitors." Duan Sanchong was already an elder of the Dragon Subduing School, and the people inside the Dragon Subduing School were people who could cause great trouble. If others were to find out that they had gathered together, there would definitely be many old fellows who would find it difficult to sleep. Elder Duan, do you think that it's possible for the celestial slain method to be hidden here? Chan Xiang asked. Duan Chong had been in here for so long, he must know something about this place. Duan Chong was startled. He did not expect Chin Xiang to ask that, because this was also the reason he came here before. He was not afraid that the celestial slain method could be obtained by Chen Xiang, as it all depended on luck to obtain the celestial slain method. He felt that Chen Xiang himself possessed the ground-killing and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. It was very possible that he could find the celestial slain method in here. I came here to look for this thing. I also got some clues from the tomb of the Flying Immortal School's old ancestor. When that old fellow died, he brought a book with him, which recorded down some trivial things. Duan Chong lowered her voice and continued. At that time, 10 Heaven Supreme Lord brought many people in, and they were almost completely annihilated, causing 10 Heaven Supreme Lord to retreat after being heavily injured. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but after being heavily injured, 10 Heaven Supreme Lord returned 3 years later. Could it be that he came here to hide the celestial slain method? Why is that? This is his place, and could be said to be the enemy's territory. It's very unlikely that he would come here to store such an important thing. Chun Xiang shook his head. Duan Chong nodded his head. That was what I had thought initially, but that old fellow from Flying Immortal School had recorded that 10 Heaven Supreme Lord had entered here to set up an ambush, using the celestial slain method to attract people, and had let many traitors come to look for him. This caused a bloodbath once again, and many big fellows from the traitor powers died here. Oh, right. Where did you get your ground killing from? Chun Xiang grinned. I won it. You won it. Duan Chong's face was full of doubt. Chun Xiang briefly described the matter of the bet. This idiot actually dares to use such a thing to gamble. But even if he wants to come, it's useless. Those without courage will only be courting death if they learn this thing. Duan Chong looked at Chin Xiang and asked, Have you been to the 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain? Did you find anything in there? Chin Xiang replied, Found the D slain method and the heavenly alchemy. Duan Chong took a deep breath. These are all good stuff. Don't let anyone know that you have heavenly alchemy, and it's best if you don't use it for others to see. This is a taboo. You should be clear about that. Chin Xiang was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a taboo. It could refine all things into pills. If people were to be discovered refining them into pills, they would definitely be wanted by the 3 realms. This thing is more powerful than heaven-earth killing method, even though it's a divine art. There were several levels of divine arts as well, but for many people, the lowest level of divine arts was extremely precious, and the heavenly alchemy can be considered a higher level divine art. The heaven-earth killing method is slightly lower. Duan Chong warned Chin Xiang with a serious face. So that's how it is. No wonder the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord said that he only learned a few of them and did not learn them fully. Chin Xiang nodded heavily. Duan Chong knew many secrets about the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. He was the patriarch of the Duan clan, and he knew everything the Duan clan had gathered over the years. http://no bulletproof windows / Duan Chong knew many secrets about the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. He was the patriarch of the Duan clan, and he knew everything the Duan clan had gathered over the years. http://no bulletproof windows / Elder Duan, do you know where the Emperor's tomb is? The 10 heavenly holy mountains are not. Chun Xiang really wanted to go and observe the 10 heavenly saint mountain. It was shocking, but it was just a deceptive thing, and for all these years, there were many people who had been trapped inside. I don't know either, but according to the ancient books of my Duan clan, when the time comes, he'll appear in the world and he should be hiding in an extremely powerful, profound realm. I feel that Di Tian should at least recover his position back then and be above the 9 heavens and 10 great earth. Duan Chong was only guessing, but Chun Xiang felt that it was very possible. Do you really need heaven-earth killing method to enter the Emperor's tomb? This was a saying that had been Pa-S said down from many ancient powers. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a large group of people coming to the Pill City to capture him. That's right, we do not know the details, but we need to gather all the heaven-earth killing method. It is said that if we want to pass through the main gate of the Emperor's tomb unscathed, we need to grasp the heaven-earth killing method. Chen Xiang sighed lightly. Right now, I only have the ground killing and the D-slain method, and I don't have much control over them. If only the celestial slain method was here. I've been here for so long, but I don't have any idea what's going on. If there's any news, I'll come to this house and leave some news. Duan Chong said. Duan Chong would not stay in the same place for too long. He warned Qin Xiang, "You must not find the Purple Moon Imperial Land. This guy came back from the Heaven Realm. He seems to think that there's a celestial slain method here as well." How many people know that the heaven-earth killing method has been split? Not many. There might only be 5 of them, but they won't spread word of this. Otherwise, others will fight over them. Right now, that purple moon is not the strongest out of all of the Purple Moon Imperial Land. I dare say that he did not say anything, or else there would be more of them. Duan Chong warned Qin Xiang about the things he needed to pay attention to, and then he left the city. He felt that the change in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory was likely due to the influence of some power, and he would continue to explore the secrets of this place. Not long after Duan Chong left, they heard a loud shout. The people of Purple Moon Imperial Land are entering the city. Quickly gather up and surround them. Let them see how many of us loose cultivators will die no matter how many they come. Right now, even if the Purple Moon Imperial Land were to pacify those people, it would be difficult for them to quell the anger of the loose cultivators. These loose cultivators all agreed that if they did not teach the Purple Moon Imperial Land a lesson now, perhaps there would be a day when the Purple Moon Imperial Land would do such a thing and bully the loose cultivators again, and they would be one of the ones bullied. Qin Xiang obviously wanted to see who the hero of Purple Moon Imperial Land was, to actually dare to come here at this time. Qin Xiang floated in the air and looked down at the small clearing that was surrounded by tens of thousands of people. There were many people in the air right now, and all of them had their innate qi in their hands, so as long as the few Purple Moon Imperial Land people below flew up, they would attack. The people of Purple Moon Imperial Land were 3 young men and 2 old men. They wore the clothes of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and it was very eye-catching to see a bright moon hanging from their purple robes, and it was difficult to not recognize them. These fellows came here with such high profile. They must have done it on purpose. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so stupid. A large man said, "Do they think we're just talking?" An old man laughed coldly. A strong, bearded, middle-aged man floated in the air and shouted to the people below, "You little rascal from Purple Moon Imperial Land, cut off your own arms and leave. Otherwise, we will chop you all into pieces and hang your corpses at the city gates as sacrifices for your brothers and sisters who were killed by you." These words caused the crowd to be excited. It was not only the Purple Moon Imperial Land, but many ancient powers too. All these ancient powers were the enemies of these rogue cultivators. They were also hated by many people. A motley crowd. "Do you think you guys can kill us?" "Wishful thinking. Arrogant brats. You probably don't know our strength." A young man looked at the people around him with disdain. The sword in his hand glimmered with a cold light as he unleashed his killing intent, making it so that no one dared to approach him. "All of you get out of the way, or else we won't hold back." One of the old men's tone was cold and gloomy. It was obvious that he was not afraid of these people attacking him, and they even had the intention of attacking him. "Everyone get out of the way. Leave these fellows to us. They do not know how to repent, and yet they came here to provoke us. Today, we cannot let them leave this place." An old man floating in the air said slowly. Just as the old man finished speaking, Qin Xiang dove down. A golden red glow flickered on one of his arms, transforming into a gigantic dragon claw. The dragon power crashed into his arm, releasing a terrifying aura, causing the floor to shatter. "It's Qin Xiang." An old man from the Purple Moon Imperial Land roared. He anxiously took out a large blade and slashed at Qinxiang, who was Russ. Plussing down. With its gigantic dragon claw, the dragon aura surged, and its might overflowed into the heavens, reaching above the old man's head and enveloping him. The old man originally thought that with one slash he would be able to slash through Qinxiang's attack, but the moment the dragon claw came down, his treasured blade was instantly shattered. His withered old body was pressed onto the ground by the dragon claw. The dragon power struck his body, causing his muscles and bones to crack and his entire body to bleed profusely. Humph. I was originally tricked into this place by the Purple Moon Imperial Land, these dog plus T ancient powers. They trapped us inside the Heaven Thunder City. And in order to leave, we did not hesitate to pay the Spars to come here, but coming here, they forced us to become their slaves, and even took our storage magic treasure S. Qinxiang's words caused a burst of anger to rise in everyone's heart. You're slandering us. Seeing how strong Qinxiang's appearance was, an elder of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, who had heavily injured them with a single strike, was no longer confident. What he said is true, we are the victims. If not for him, we might still be helping you dig out Spar. That's right, he saved us. Your Purple Moon Imperial Land is the one spouting nonsense. You evil sects. Evil sect. Purple Moon Imperial Land is an evil sect. There's also Feng Clan, Flying Immortal School, Qian Xianshan. They are all evil sections. Annihilate the evil sects that are oppressing us. Everyone was filled with rage as they let out waves of furious roars. Young Hero Shin, use your green dragon, demon slain, broadsword to kill them. Right, kill them all. Qinxiang had indeed summoned his green dragon, demon slain broadsword, and when the divine blade appeared, its power was boundless, intimidating everyone present, causing them to stop talking. They all retreated closer to Qinxiang and could feel the boiling power inside the blade. Don't even think about killing us. The old man extended his hand out. He actually wanted to ATC, H the divine blade, but Qinxiang did not let him succeed. Taking a step, he moved behind the old man like a ghost, and with one slash, chopped off his head. Little B, ASTARD, give me your life. He had been roaring all day long, but upon hearing this voice, Qinxiang was startled. The person who had just arrived was actually leader. Previously, when Duanchong had left, he had warned Qinxiang not to provoke this purple moon. After Qinxiang heavily injured and killed the old man from Purple Moon Imperial Land, it was obviously not a coincidence that the purple moon suddenly appeared. Everyone suddenly understood that the Purple Moon Imperial Land had intentionally sent people here. If any of them dared to retaliate, the powerful leader would appear and kill them. And with the strength of the Purple Moon, even the strongest of the rogue cultivators would not be able to fight against it. The Purple Moon actually wanted to use such a strong and method to quell the situation. Everyone shuddered when they thought about it. The Purple Moon was very strong. With a raise of its hand, it could exterminate the entire city. It could kill all the rogue cultivators. And at that time, there would be no one who could suppress it. http://no bulletproof windows. The Purple Moon was shrouded in a layer of faint purple mist. Others could see his face, but Qinxiang knew that he was a delicate and pretty man. Qinxiang's forehead was dripping with sweat. This Purple Moon was not simple, but he was still able to remain calm, which made the Purple Moon admire him. Leader, quickly kill him and take away his divine blade. A disciple of the Purple Moon sect pointed at Qinxiang and said with a sinister look in his eyes, "Humph." Qinxiang glared at the disciple of the Ziyu sect, who spoke just now. 2 beams of fiery light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the man's head. Qinxiang's attack made him feel that it was very familiar. He felt that it was similar to the heart-piercing demon eye of the heavenly demon realm, but that was not the case. If it was a heart-piercing demon eye, then it would be even more terrifying. But even if it wasn't, he was still unable to stop Qinxiang, because that happened in an instant. The purple moon was enraged that there was actually someone who killed its disciple in front of him. This was undoubtedly a fierce slap on its face. Everyone gulped their saliva. Everyone knew that the purple moon-s that descended from the heaven realm were different from the immortals who had just said through the Nirvana doom. They were all extremely powerful, comparable to the demon empress. Qinxiang was simply not his match. Yet Qinxiang still dared to do such a bold thing to enrage him. The purple moon's fists trembled. Purple chi surged. The previously cloudless sky was suddenly enveloped by the black clouds, and a purple moon floated above the purple moon's head, releasing a gloomy and terrifying killing intent. The purple moonlight shone down onto the city and made the city seem as though it was enveloped in the light of death, causing the entire city to slightly tremble, and everyone present could hear the bone-chilling beasts roar. Qinxiang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Using this technique, the purple moon could create many fierce and huge beasts. If they attacked this city, most of the people here would die. "Are you going to destroy this city?" An old man roared in the air. "That's right, you are just a bunch of lowly insect ants. You actually want to resist us. You still dare to slander us as evil sects. Today I will South sacre this place, and if anyone dares to call us Purple Moon Imperial Land anymore, I will annihilate them." The purple moon's words made everyone extremely angry, and they all fled. Dark clouds covered the sky, densely and purple lightning flickered. The round purple moon seemed to have a layer of blood energy, making it appear extremely terrifying. It shook the entire city to the point that it was surrounded by mountainous, vicious beasts. "I want to see all of you die. Slowly, haha." The sinister laughter of the purple moon caused everyone to feel cold. No one was its opponent, and he did not attack Qinxiang either, standing right in front of him. "Don't you have a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword? I am an evil monster now. Come and kill me." The purple moon's voice was filled with ridicule. "I will make you watch me kill these people bit by bit, and I will make them die miserably, but you won't be able to save them. You possess the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, but you cannot use this blade to kill demons. I will let the whole world know that you do not deserve to use this blade." The muscles on Qinxiang's face twitched, but his eyes remained calm as he looked at the purple moon. The gigantic beasts had already approached the group of people, and everyone was blocked by a purple light screen. High in the sky, Gu Dongqin roared furiously as she frantically attacked the purple light barrier. "Purple Moon Imperial Land, if you do this today, you will know how serious the consequences will be. Demon Empress, is there really no other way?" Yao Shumi saw the Demon Empress' helpless face and asked anxiously, "This enchantment is called the Blood Sacrifice Barrier. This fellow had paid a great price to release it. Unless it was the blood light, I wouldn't be able to break through it in a short period of time." The Demon Empress was also secretly trying to attack. When Gu Dongqin and the rest received the news, they immediately rushed over, but they were still a step too late. "Purple Moon, if you kill the people inside, your Purple Moon Imperial Land won't be able to live for long." The Demon Empress said, "Humph, other than you, who else in Dtian can contend against me? Even if it's you, Demon Empress, you aren't completely confident in being able to kill me, right? What am I afraid of?" Then he continued to look at Qinxiang as he smiled sinisterly. "Qinxiang, now you know that you aren't worthy of using green dragon demon-slain broadsword, right? Hand over the divine blade, and I will let these people live. Otherwise, I will let them die with you." Qinxiang took a deep breath, then said calmly, "You're really ruthless." If the green dragon demon-slain broadsword fell into the hands of this purple moon, then their demon charming association would be in trouble. With the purple moon's personality, it would definitely not be so easy to deal with. This is tens of thousands of lives. Didn't you save some of them before? Now, are you unwilling to save them for the sake of a blade? The purple moon laughed wildly. At this moment, everyone knew that Chun Xiang had been forced into an extremely difficult situation. Everyone was thinking, what choice would they make if they were to face such a situation? What made everyone admire the most was that Chun Xiang remained calm and scary, but that was only showing a slightly angry expression on his face. The group of vicious beasts suddenly roared together. The deafening roars of 10,000 beasts made everyone tremble. They were about to kill these purple flame, vicious beasts. There will definitely be people dying here today, but the ones who died were you and those little ASTARDS behind you. Suddenly, Order Badge appeared in Qin Xiang's hand. The Order Badge was engraved with many ancient spirit grain S. It really was the Chaos Fire. When the Chaos Fire recognizes the Master, it will release the protective divine light. Those who are hit by the divine light will not be able to move for a short period of time. Qin Xiang previously used 2. He still has 5 he did not use. He used them to save them for when he was surrounded by many experts in the heaven realm. In his opinion, using a piece of chaos fire to kill only one expert was not worth it. Let's see what you can do. The purple moon did not think so. Qin Xiang frowned. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood on the Order Badge. Everyone was startled. They suspected that Chun Xiang was trying to commit suicide or self-destruct. But just as everyone was making all sorts of guesses, the chaos fire emitted a burst of silvery white light, and the people who were enveloped by the light were instantly all like stone statues, unable to move. I've said it before, there's only you and that little bee. ASTARD behind you here. Qin Xiang's voice was cold. The slaughter D's hand overflowed with white light, causing his palm to turn into a sharp tiger claw, then fiercely stabbed into the purple moon Imperial Land's Dantian, grabbing the purple heavenly pill from inside. The silver white light emitted by the chaos fire dispersed, and the purple moon sat on the ground. A new blood hole appeared on its abdomen, and blood was flowing out of it. The originally white and tender him immediately turned into an old man, his old eyes filled with shock and fear. The heaven and earth returned to normal, but the heaven pellet in Qin Xiang's hands was especially glaring. The world became extremely quiet. Everyone found it unbelievable. Qin Xiang actually took out the purple moon's heaven pellet. Under the blazing sun, everyone SHI plus Vered, and now Qin Xiang was even more terrifying in their eyes than the purple moon. The purple moon covered the bloody hole on its abdomen with its hands, but could not stop the blood from flowing out. Without a heaven core, he was also heavily injured, so anyone could kill him. The purple moon covered the bloody hole on its abdomen with its hands, but could not stop the blood from flowing out. Without a heaven core, he was also heavily injured, so anyone could kill him. What just happened? What's with that light? Did the purple moon lose just like that? Of course it's his heavenly core. It said that after crossing through Nirvana Doom, he condensed his own energy into this kind of heavenly core, and once it's taken away, his cultivation would disappear, not to mention he would be taken out by such a barbaric method. I think he would be in pain at that moment. Qin Xiang laughed coldly and kept the heavenly core. That was a good thing. Although it was forbidden, he did not fear that people would come and make things difficult for him. Purple Moon was originally a handsome and suave youth, but at this moment he had turned into a skinny old man. He lost all signs of life, as if he could burp at any time. His old body suddenly trembled, and his face was filled with anger. With much difficulty, he raised an arm, pointed at Qin Xiang, and said with a trembling voice, "Idiot, BASTARD, return my heaven pill. If you do this, the purple moon Imperial Land of the 9 heavens and 10 earth will not let you off. Quick, give it back to me." Under everyone's gazes, Qin Xiang held onto the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword tightly, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the purple moon, and with one slash he cut the shriveled old man into 2. "Humph, I asked for it." Qin Xiang snorted in disdain, just as he was about to grab the storage ring. It suddenly flashed with a multicolored light and turned into a pile of dust. Qin Xiang just felt that it was a pity, and then he released a blazing fire, burning the leader into dust and scattered it all over the heaven thunder purgatory. He kept his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and jumped into the air. Stepping on his shrinking step, he quickly disappeared into the distance, disappearing from everyone's astonished gazes. Gu Dongqin sighed. Even though I knew that something shocking would happen, I never thought that the Purple Moon Imperial Land's leader would actually die. Moreover, it was killed by my junior master. He looked at the demon empress' jade face that was still in a state of shock and laughed. Your luck is not bad. If you had the same intentions as before, you would have turned into a pile of powder. Yao Shumi said in a deep voice. This is troublesome. The Purple Moon he killed came from the Heaven Realm, and it is said that he is also an important figure among the Heaven Realm-s. I wonder, who else would the Heaven Realm send down? The little demon empress caught her breath and said, I may not be killed by him, but my poison is at the top of the entire sky demon realm. There are only a few people in the Heaven Realm who want to suppress my bets, and even some of the most powerful old fellows would have to avoid my poison for a bit. If Qin Xiang were to fight with me, even if he could kill me, he would definitely die from poison. Gu Dongqin suddenly started laughing out loud. Back then, beside the demon and devil sinkhole, their group of experts had been affected by the corrosion of the magical corruption gas, and they had been forced to stay put for a long time to defend themselves. But Qin Xiang had walked out from the source of the magical corruption gas, holding on to the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and killed a large group of experts. Do you laugh? The little demon empress' elegant face revealed a trace of anger. She felt that Gu Dongqin was mocking her. Do you dare to take a walk in the demon and devil sinkhole? Back then, this brat was beaten into the demon and devil sinkhole by Tai Yin Hong, and he stayed there for a year or two, then walked up alive. Can you? Gu Dongqin left with these words. She could not believe that such a thing had happened. Even the poison queen, her, had not dared to lightly touch the super old poison, but Qin Xiang had stayed in that place for a very long time. Impenetrable's physique, this kind of physique was very rare, but there was still a person who could successfully cultivate it. The little demon empress was one of them, but the 100 poisons did not include the magical corruption gas. So many people that could resist the 100 poisons were unable to resist the magical corruption gas. It seems like Tai Yin Hong died in his hands. The demon empress had also heard of Tai Yin Hong. Tai Yin Hong was a relatively important figure in the devil-suppressing divine palace. Qin Xiang distanced himself from the crowd and scolded. Purple Moon Imperial Land of Purple Moon Imperial Land is such a B***starred. I would waste a piece of the chaos fire, and if I were to use it in Heaven Realm, I would be able to kill off even more elderly people in one go. However, I was forced to use up a piece of it just now. That old fart who killed 1,000 blades and took away his storage ring when he died, only leaving behind a heaven-breaking pill. If the dead Purple Moon knew that even after being killed by Qin Xiang, it was still looked down upon by Qin Xiang like how Qin Xiang killed chickens with a blade, it would definitely die with grievance. Qin Xiang had already merged with 3 Chaos Fire S, so he did not feel any change. He could only control 3 Chaos Fire S to attack at the same time. He had always been conflicted in his heart. He wanted to fuse all 7 Chaos Fire S, but when the Chaos Fire accepted him as its master, the Divine Guardian Light was very powerful. For example, before it allowed him to pass S through a huge crisis. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Now that there were only 4 Chaos Fire left, they were exceptionally precious to him. Little scoundrel, where are you going now? Long Shui asked. When are you going to give me another pill like that? Let's wait until I encounter a good beast. Forget about you. I really want to eat a few more pills right now. Qin Xiang ran on the ground as he took a long detour before he arrived at a canyon. Very soon, you'll know where I'm going." In the valley, a handsome young man dressed in white saw Chen Xiang coming over and immediately walked over with a smile. "Junior Master, you are really impressive just now, but now you have completely annoyed Purple Moon Imperial Land. I think they will quickly send some experts from Heaven Realm." Chen Xiang now truly had the appearance of a junior master, although he was young and had low cultivation, but his abilities were not small and had done many shocking things. Previously, Chen Xiang and Gu Dongqin had arranged to meet each other here. "A lad, you have also become stronger." Chen Xiang laughed, then lowered his voice. "Tell me about Purple Moon Imperial Lands territory and bring Yin Xiao Dao and the others over to find me. Also, at the same time, make a statement to the outside, saying that they violated Super Martial School's sectoral rules and were expelled from Super Martial School." Gu Dongqin frowned. He thought of something very quickly, and his face creased like a bitter melon. "Junior Master, you are not kind. You are digging a wall. It's fine if you dig secretly, but you actually want me to help you dig my own wall." "This," Chen Xiang rolled his eyes. "Forget it. Do you think that I didn't know that you would have thrown these hot potatoes at me earlier? I guess you're planning on asking for some sort of medicinal pill as compensation right now." Furthermore, as Xiao Chou and Tang Ying, these two non-human beings were getting stronger and stronger. They were getting fiercer and fiercer. When they heard that Chen Xiang was going against the Purple Moon Imperial Land on the same night as well, they crippled an elder of a Purple Moon Imperial Land and did not care about face at all. And as long as they met a disciple of a Purple Moon Imperial Land, they would snatch them all away. Furthermore, as Xiao Chou and Tang Ying, these two non-human beings were getting stronger and stronger. They were getting fiercer and fiercer. When they heard that Chen Xiang was going against the Purple Moon Imperial Land on the same night as well, they crippled an elder of a Purple Moon Imperial Land and did not care about face at all. And as long as they met a disciple of a Purple Moon Imperial Land, they would snatch them all away. They are your friends. I know that you have the idea to establish your own sect, so I can give them to you. I have carefully nurtured them for many years, so I want some compensation." Gu Dongqin said as he rubbed his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Give me 1,000 Relive Dan, 1,000 Ironbone Dan, 3,009 Quenching Body Dan. Yes, and don't mention anything else. There are 10 Relive Dan S, 100 Ironbone Dan S, and 309 Quenching Body Dan. I'll give you one more chance to buy a lot of medicinal pills for me." Chen Xiang hurriedly cut him off and glared at him. "A lad, you are usually so stingy, but now you are asking for something so haughtily. 1,000 Relive Dan S? Do you think that Relive Dan can grow out of it like vegetables? I don't even have that many." Gu Dongqin said depressingly, "There are too few Relive Dan S. 300 pills. Pfft, I don't have many Relive Dan. You have so many experts from Super Martial School. And even Master, this old BASARD, is supporting me. I still lack more Relive Dan than you do. 30 of them." Chen Xiang's face was filled with disdain. This Gu Dongqin was obviously taking advantage of the situation. "Fine, 30 pills, that's 30 pills. Is it better than nothing? Hand it over." Gu Dongqin said, "Fight with one hand." Chen Xiang folded his arms across his chest and leaned against a huge boulder. "I'll wait for you here. Hurry up and bring them over." "Which ones do you want?" Gu Dongqin asked. "Xiao Dao, Dead Fatty, Old Xie, the scholar, the little baldy, Ting Ying, Haisheng, the lay brothers, and Qian Qian." Chen Xiang thought about it and said, "The lay brothers and an elder are out training. I don't know when they will return, but Haisheng himself will go far away to train. As for Qian Qian, she was the designated successor for junior sister, and in the future, she would become the leader's successor. She was with her junior sister now. Junior sister and Lu Menger are both here. Do you want to go and see them?" Chen Xiang had already known from the beginning that Hua, Sheng Yue, and Lu Menger were here, but he did not plan to go. He did not want to involve these two women in this matter, unless they grew stronger to a certain degree. All right then, bring those 6B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S over. Chun Xiang nodded. Are there a lot of pills? Gu Dongqin was a little worried. You can't be left out. Chun Xiang kicked him. Hurry up. After Gu Dongqin left, he only took 2 hours to bring her back. When Yun Xiaodao saw Chun Xiang, he jumped down from the flying discs in midair. They all knew that the Dragon Subduing School was created by Chun Xiang, but they kept it to themselves and did not tell Gu Dongqin that this matter must be kept a secret. Now that the Dragon Subduing School had risen up so strongly, they were extremely excited and had been waiting for Chun Xiang to lead them into the sect. Haha, old pig, you've lost a lot of weight. Have you been through something painful recently? Saying it will make me happy. Chun Xiang laughed. Zhu Rong was indeed a bit thinner, but he still looked fat. He curled his lips and muttered a few words. Lien Mingdong's strength had risen the most obviously. His father was the island master of the Lotus Island. He did not know why he had suddenly received Lian Yingxiao's attention and obtained a lot of resources. XV Weilong was still the same, his eyes was still slanted and his entire person was cold. But when he saw Chun Xiang, he revealed a smile. Xiao Cho was the same as always. He always wanted to fight with this master when he saw Chun Xiang, but he was afraid of losing, as he could not see through Chun Xiang at the moment. Ting Ying and Chun Xiang had not known each other for long, but Chun Xiang had saved him before. Although Tang Ying was together with Yun Xiaodao and the others in the super martial school, he had become close with this group of people and had gained a lot of understanding of Chun Xiang from their mouths. Yun Xiaodao grinned and laughed. Elder Brother Shin, we have long hated that group of fellows from Purple Moon Imperial Land. We never thought that you would actually kill their boss. It is truly satisfying. Gu Dongqin said to Chun Xiang, Junior Martial Uncle, I've brought the person. Where are the items? Chun Xiang took out the pills he had prepared and handed them over to Gu Dongqin. Seeing that, Zhu Rong's face immediately became unwell, and he shouted, What are you doing? Leader, you actually sold us out? D.A.M. And how can we just casually buy and sell it? Yun Xiaodao was very excited. He anxiously asked, What's the price? Gu Dongqin swept his eyes across them. Don't expect yourselves to sell very high. The 6 of you are only worth 30 relive Dan S. Younger Brother Shin, you are not kind. On average, each of us is only worth 5 relive Dan. My value should far exceed this number. Zhu Rong was unconvinced. At least 100 relive Dan. Yun Xiaodao nodded in agreement. We're not really worth it. It's only this little. XV Weilong, Lian Mingdong, and Tang Ying, on the other hand, did not say anything. Xiao Cho pinched his nose. Master, in your eyes, I'm only worth 5 relive Dan. Chun Xiang looked at them speechlessly. This guy originally wanted 1,000 relive Dan, but I didn't have one, so I gave him 30 of them and 100 and 300. But since he said that, a lad had long wanted to kick them towards me. Right now, he only wants to ask for my compensation. Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong immediately glared angrily at Gu Dongqin, who laughed dryly. All right, we'll cooperate happily. You guys be careful. This is the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, and there are many other dangerous ones as well. Don't die. Then Gu Dongqin left under the gazes full of disdain from Yun Xiaodao and the others. After Gu Dongqin left, just as Yun Xiaodao and the others were about to ask about the Dragon Subduing School, Chun Xiang hastily stopped them, then shouted towards the sky, Elder Duan, stop hiding, I know you're here. He only heard Duan Chong releasing a burst of clear laughter. But when he appeared, his face was filled with shock. He did not expect Chun Xiang to be able to discover him. Of course, what surprised him the most was Chun Xiang killing the Purple Moon, because even he found it difficult to accomplish this. Good boy, you're really strong. It seems like my previous worries were unnecessary. Duan Sanchong did not ask Chun Xiang what the order badge was. He knew it was Chun Xiang's trump card. He would definitely not speak carelessly. Chun Xiang smiled and said, If I had not intervened at that time, Would Elder Duan have come out to save me? Duan Chong shook his head. When the Demon Empress and I join hands, it would take at least an hour to break that fellow's blood sacrifice barrier. I can only think of a way to prevent you from getting killed. From the conversation between Yun Xiaodao and the others, they knew that Duan Chong was very powerful, so they did not interrupt him. From the conversation between Yun Xiaodao and the others, they knew that Duan Chong was very powerful, so they did not interrupt him. Old man Duan, these are my friends. I hope you can give them some pointers. It's best if they come and go without a trace, like your Duan clan's tomb robbers. Qin Xiang laughed. It was actually a member of the Duan clan. This caused Zhu Rong and the others to be shocked. The Duan clan's old man was extremely powerful. If not, many great powers would not dare to make a move against their small group of a dozen or so people. This won't do. Our Duan clan's secret arts cannot be spread out. Duan Chong shook his head. Because of the things this 10 Heaven Supreme Lord Pa S said down to us all those years ago, he had instructed us not to spread it to anyone. Chun Xiang thought for a while, then asked, Elder Duan, have you heard of the Iron Lion Army? Of course we have. Almost every ancient power's ancient book has recorded this army of G.O.D. Their ancestors and our ancestors were sworn brothers of Jinlan, but they weren't as lucky as us. They have already suffered a terrifying curse, so they should have all died tragically. Duan Chong sighed. They are not dead. They are working for me. However, their curse has not been removed. Chun Xiang immediately said, as expected, the relations H.I. plus P between the Duan clan's Earth's core race S was not ordinary. Duan Chong immediately became excited. Is what you said true? Where are they? Chen Xiang laughed. They are at the bottom of Evil Dragon Graveyard. Evil Dragon Graveyard is a dragon vein. I found them there. What? Duan Chong's eyes opened, his body fiercely S.H.I. plus varied. He was extremely shocked. Yun Xiaodao and the others also listened quietly. They were very curious about how Qin Xiang had obtained the dragon fountain. Initially, when they heard that there was a dragon subduing school in the Evil Dragon Graveyard, they were very excited. And they knew that the dragon subduing school would become a very powerful sect in the future. How did you get the dragon fountain? Duan Chong didn't dare be sure right now. He wanted to hear what had happened. Imperial crystal, Qin Xiang said. At that time when I went in, because I had an imperial crystal, fusing with the dragon pearl was very easy. Afterwards, Qin Xiang explained the situation of the dragon vein underground, the naturally formed majestic dragon underground, and the Earth's core race's Geo delay work. Yun Xiaodao and the others were amazed. Duan Chong was sure that what Qin Xiang said was true, because he only found out about these things after being in the Duan clan for many years, and Qin Xiang knew it more than him. In that case, the Iron Lion Army has already followed you. Well, I'll teach these kids. Duan Chong's face became serious and said to Qin Xiang, My Duan clan still cannot follow you because we need to gather all of that history. That is a very important matter. Otherwise, our Duan clan would not make such a huge sacrifice, and this would be beneficial to you in the future. Qin Xiang nodded. Chongzi will follow me. Duan Chong swept his gaze across Yin Xiaodao and the others. Then he squinted his eyes as his face revealed a trace of a smile. These are all pretty good seedlings. The great strength race is not bad too. As for these brats, although they do not have any special bloodline inheritances, their body's foundation is not bad, and there's a lot of room for improvement in the future. Just as Yun Xiaodao and the others were feeling complacent, Duan Chong's face darkened and became a little sinister. Although your apartment Tudes are good, that does not mean that your apartment Tudes can be very good. I think your current foundation is not solid enough, so I have to properly fix it for you. Otherwise you will waste this good skin. The corner of Zhu Rong's eyebrows twitched, and he forcefully smiled. Back then, that's what the old lunatic said as well. Then we got into trouble. Let me tell you, the elders of the Dragon Subduing School, are all very strong. If you guys don't work hard, you won't be able to become elders. Chun Xiang gave them some stimulation. Old senior, come at me. What have I not experienced in great strength race before? Xiao Cho was not afraid at all. He raised his head and puffed up his chest as bald head H.I. plus Ning as he looked very proud and arrogant. Duan Chong laughed sinisterly. At that time, a few of the more highly regarded members of our Duan clan also said the same thing. But in the end, they were still made to cry by me. Come with me. I will take you to a good place. Once you get there, you will know the difference between you and others. Qin Xiang and the others followed Duan Chong and ran for 3 days and 3 nights until they arrived beside a pool. This pool was located in a very special place and was located in a large mountain. The pool was at the top of a short mountain. Right here? Don't tell me you want us to close our eyes and cultivate in the deep water? We've already done it. Xiao Cho was a little disappointed. Chun Xiang looked at the pool carefully. The pool was not big, it was about 100 meters wide, and it was clear. There was nothing wrong with it. This is called Thunder Pond. You will know when you get down there. This is a good place, especially for body strengthening. Our Duan clan's secret arts can only be learned by someone with a good body, but you guys are still lacking a little. Duan Chong laughed. Yun Xiaodao took off his jacket. How powerful is it? After he finished speaking, he jumped down. The moment he touched the water, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech, and like a live fish falling into a hot pot, he jumped out. His entire body was charred black by the electricity. We can train your bodies here, train your ability to control the innate qi and control your qi. Duan Chong said as he jumped into the pool of water and immersed himself in the water, leaving only his head exposed. Yun Xiaodao trembled when he saw this. He almost died just by touching it, yet this old fellow was still soaking in it. Chun Xiang patted Xiao Chao's head and laughed. Little Baldy, it's your turn to go down. Didn't you say earlier that you aren't afraid of the heavens or the earth? At this time, Ting Ying had already walked down. Right after he went down, he let out a loud roar that seemed to be able to tear apart the sky. But like before, he still followed Duan Chong's example and soaked himself in the water. Only his head was exposed, but his face was filled with pain. The Kailan Thunder Eagle's body was the strongest amongst their group, but it was already like this, causing Zhu Rong's scalp to go numb. Yun Xiaodao looked at his body full of fat and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Cho followed after Tinging, and just met him. He immediately roared out in pain, but he clenched his teeth and soaked in the water. But at this time, Tinging was already unable to say anything and jumped out from the water. After that was 15 Weilong. His endurance made many people surprised, and he did not make a sound, frowning as he soaked in the water for a while before coming up again. On the other hand, Lien Mingdong had only made a series of low sounds, which were all better than Yun Xiaodao's. Of course, Yun Xiaodao had jumped down in one breath. He wasn't prepared at all, but they had all walked down slowly, so they weren't in a sorry state like Yun Xiaodao. D.A.M. Ned Pig, it's your turn. You don't have to be afraid. This dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. This thunder pond shouldn't be able to do anything to you. Yun Xiaodao laughed. Those who had come down from the thunder pond all felt a shadow in their hearts. Right now, they were all waiting at the side for Zhu Rong to make a fool of himself. Those who had come down from the thunder pond all felt a shadow in their hearts. Right now, they were all waiting at the side for Zhu Rong to make a fool of himself. Old Zhu, you can leave now. Those who can't die at most will just live a life worse than death. Xiao Cho laughed. However, when he thought about how he had been trapped in Thunder Pond for a short while, he felt an incomparable amount of fear. Zhu Rong snorted. You guys underestimate me a bit too much. Why don't we compete and go down together to see who stays down there for a long time? And when in the end, then you guys will give me 100 million spar. And if one of you is the last one up, I will also give you 100 million spar. Zhu Rong glanced at Qin Xiang. Including Qin Xiang, this guy has too many variables. Yo, you miserly pig. You actually dare to bet 100 million spar. Are you crazy? Yun Xiaodao's face was filled with surprise. Usually you're timid and stingy, but now it doesn't seem like you. Zhu Rong said, That's only because you think that when I was with you I did not attack? Don't talk about this. Do you dare to play now? You have all gone down there before. You know how powerful this pond is, so you should be able to prepare in advance. Qin Xiang watched with interest from the side and laughed. Are you guys afraid of old Zhu? What's there to be afraid of? 100 million, that's it. Yun Xiaodao was unwilling to accept this. Come on, I want to see how you'll beat me. Xiao Chou also agreed. Zhu Rong looked at 15 Weilong, Lian Mingdong and Tang Ying and laughed. It's only fun if there are more people. Furthermore, all of you were to perform well earlier. Don't you want to gamble? If I win, I would earn 500 million spar, which is much more worthwhile than helping Wu Qianshan search for medicinal ingredients. Lian Mingdong shook his head and laughed. All right, I also want to see why you are so confident. XV Weilong nodded, indicating that he would partake. 1 P8. This is my first bet. I have to win. Don't go back on your words. Ting Ying smiled slightly and said with complete confidence. Duan Chong, who was soaking in the lightning pool, thought that it was very interesting and laughed. I will be the notary. If anyone dares to act shamelessly, I will push their head down and bury them under this thunder pond. Head down? What would that feel like? When these people thought of this, they shuddered in fear. 1, 2, 3. Come down. Duan Chong shouted. Zhu Rong and the others anxiously went down from the thunder pond, and just as they went down, the small knife started howling frantically. Ting Ying released waves after waves of eagle-like roars, his entire body S-H-I plus Vered, and he roared out loud. XV Weilong and Lian Mingdong shut their eyes tightly, the muscles on their faces twitching frantically. They were enduring the immense pain. Only Zhu Rong, that be, A-S-T-A-R-D, had no expression at all, as if he was bathing in hot water normally. When Yun Xiaodao and the others saw how relaxed Zhu Rong was, they shouted even more loudly. Are you guys unable to hold on? Haha. The spar is mine now. Zhu Rong let out a very powerful laugh. Qin Xiang was using his divine power to inspect Zhu Rong's body, but he did not find anything abnormal with Zhu Rong's body, which caused him to be extremely shocked. It seemed like Zhu Rong was not affected by the thunder pond, which made it hard for him to understand. Yun Xiaodao and Xiao Chou wanted to curse out loud, because they had been tricked by Zhu Rong, but they couldn't give up now, so they could only continue to curse. They couldn't even speak, and could only scream in pain while enduring. He was very clear how terrifying this thunder pond was. When he first came down here, his reaction was similar to Yun Xiaodao and the rest's, but this fat guy who was covered in meat was actually smiling merrily as he soaked in the water, and was H-I plussing the fat on his body. What made him angry was that he was humming a very light song. After more than an hour, 5 hot people whose bodies were completely charred laid on the S-H-O-R-E. Ting Ying was a Kylin thunder eagle, but he had been turned into charcoal by the mysterious lightning power of the thunder pond. But his grade was not bad. He lasted for almost an hour, while Yun Xiaodao and Lian Mingdong were the fastest and could not hold on for more than an hour. What surprised Qin Xiang was that XV Weilong was able to hold on longer than the great strength race, for about an hour, and Xiao Chou arrived earlier. Zhu Rong was even weirder. He was still soaking in the water, but he was not as relaxed as he was before. An hour ago he was S-H-I plus veering all over, but now his face was filled with pain, and his expression was ugly. Little fatty, your physique is very special. How did you cultivate it? You actually managed to cultivate an energy protection layer inside your body, so your energy protection layer should have been broken by the thunder pond. Duan Chong observed for a long time before he realized this. Because he is too fat, his skin is thick, so there is enough room for a very powerful energy defense membrane. It seems that he also trained here after a lot of training, which can make up for the deficiencies in his body. He is fatter than others, but the defense of his body is not weaker than others. Chunxiang said. After observing for more than 2 hours, he had seen quite a few things. This D.A.M.N. pig, it's actually hiding such a move. Yun Xiaodao was very unhappy. He was the first to come up, and even though he had recovered quite a bit, he did not dare to go down for at least the next 2 days. Zhu Rong did not last long. When he did not let out a scream like a pig being butchered, he walked over and smiled at the people lying on the ground. I won, haha! Yun Xiaodao suddenly jumped up from the ground and kicked towards Zhu Rong's stomach. Originally, he wanted to kick Zhu Rong down Lei Tang, but who knew that Zhu Rong would react quickly by grabbing his ankle, turning around and throwing him into the Thunder Pond. Little Yin, don't underestimate this fatty. I am very strong. Zhu Rong laughed sinisterly. D.A.M.N. pig, you actually hid your strength so deeply. Xiao Qiu muttered. If you don't hide it so deeply, what will happen if you, the battle maniac, pester me all day long? It's exhausting. Besides, I'm not battle type, I'm intelligent, so I can just use my brain. When Chun Xiang came to the side of Thunder Pond, everyone was looking at him. They really wanted to know how Chen Xiang performed in the Thunder Pond. Duan Chong said, I can only soak in this place for a month at the most, and this Thunder Pond is very deep. I have dived into it before, but I did not reach the bottom. Chun Xiang was suddenly curious about the bottom of the Thunder Pond. The fact that the Thunder Pond had such a terrifying thunder power meant that there was something affecting them from the depths. My guess is that Elder Brother Shin can last for 6 hours. Yun Xiaodao's body was very terrifying, and they had not seen Qin Xiang fight with anyone for many years, so they could not estimate Qin Xiang's true strength. Then I'll go down and take a look. Qin Xiang took off his clothes, wore only a pair of shorts, fiercely jumped into the Thunder Pond, and directly dived down, and then it never floated back up, just like jumping into an ordinary pond. He really is a pervert. Zhu Rong opened his mouth wide in shock. He really is a pervert. Zhu Rong opened his mouth wide in shock. He is indeed a little monster. I can't believe he wasn't affected at all and directly dived into the ground. I couldn't have done it back then. Duan Chong was the most shocked because he knew what kind of pain it would bring to insert one's head into the Thunder Pond. But Chen Xiang seemed to be fine. Lian Mingdong asked, Elder Duan, what would happen if you were to immerse your head in Thunder Pond? That is a very dangerous thing to do. Wait until your bodies can be soaked in Thunder Pond for 3 days and 3 nights. Then I will dare to let you guys go down to practice. In other words, seal your entire body and prevent any kind of energy from invading into your body, and also prevent any kind of qi from leaking out. This will last for a long time. When you all can soak in the Thunder Pond for 10 days straight, the energy that you all have concealed yourselves within will reach a very high level. It will be difficult, even for me, to discover you all. As for the physical body and the innate qi, they will also receive extreme tempering. If you can immerse your head in the water, it will temper your sea of consciousness. Once you guys have completed your basics, learning our Duan clan's secret techniques will be twice the result with half the effort. You can start a ruckus with Chen Xiang. The dragon subduing school that Yun Xiaodao and the others had created were not simple, and the enemies that Qin Xiang had provoked were all powerful forces in the land. As Chen Xiang's friends, as members of the dragon subduing school, they had to be extremely strong. Duan Chong looked at the 6 youths lying on the sh. And his heart was filled with mixed emotions. It was because 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord had friends who dared to poke the heavens. That was why he agreed to help Qin Xiang cultivate them. Zhu Rong and the rest had rested for a day, even though their bodies were still in pain. They had still jumped into Thunder Pond. But Qin Xiang had dived for a day and there was no news at all. After Chun Xiang jumped down the thunder pond, he had been diving deeper into the ground. When he came down, he was attacked by extremely strong lightning. However, his body was strong, he had Yulong blood, and he had experienced all kinds of painful tempering over the years, so his endurance was very strong. Being soaked in Thunder Pond's water until the head, his consciousness would be attacked very strongly. But Chun Xiang's cultivation of his soul, which was able to refine the divine sense see, this kind of attack was useless against him. At most it would make his head hurt a little. He had been diving for 2 days, and the closer he got to the bottom, the stronger the thunder attacks became. Moreover, the thick power of thunder also formed sieve pressure that pressed down on his body from all directions. I had only been diving for 2 days. The bottom is bottomless, and the bottom is terrifying. Especially when I reach a certain place, there will be a great resistance. I have tried many times, but to no avail. Duan Chong sat on the S.H.O.R.E. and muttered as he looked at the thunder pond with a worried expression. And the others were already fast asleep. Being tossed around in Thunder Pond was incredibly difficult for them, as both their spirit and body would be honed to the extreme. Now that they were exhausted, they fell asleep immediately, not hearing Duan Chong's words. At night, Duan Chong looked at the twinkling stars in the sky and sighed. I have already searched through the places that heaven, thunder, purgatory could explore, but I have not been able to find that thing. Now that the heaven, thunder, purgatory's enchantment is getting weaker and weaker, many people can enter. But where were the remains of that war? Did the 10 heavens supreme Lord leave that thing behind? Where did those sky demons come from, and what is the ghost sage? Then he looked at Thunder Pond. What is hidden in the depths of this Thunder Pond? I really have lived in this place for so long, yet I actually know nothing about these things. Chun Xiang had already arrived at the resistance Duan Chong spoke of. There was indeed a very strange power blocking his descent, making him feel as if he had reached the bottom. However, if one looked closely, that was only a transparent barrier. It was just that it was very difficult to break through. This barrier was very special. Water could freely pass through it, and thunder power could also pass through, but humans could not. It's a very familiar feeling. Could it be that one? Chin Xiang asked doubtfully. That's right, as long as we can pass through, we will be able to enter a chaotic SPAC. You have met them before at the bottom of the demon and devil sinkhole. The reason for the appearance of this chaotic SPAC is most likely because the energy is too strong. It will not weaken in the long run and will eventually take shape in your own body. If you go over there, you must be prepared to not return. Long Shui said. Back then, Chun Xiang had encountered this kind of situation when he was still at the bottom of demon and devil sinkhole. I have to go take a look. Duan Chong has been searching for so long, but he still couldn't find the celestial slain method. He also said that he could not go down any further. Who knows, maybe celestial slain method is hidden underneath. When he needed to look for the other scattered heaven-earth killing method he could tell from the strange feeling produced by the ground killing that he was cultivating, not to mention something like the chaotic SPAC below. Back then, a lot of things like this had appeared under the demon and devil sinkhole. Chun Xiang took out the Luotian gate, took out the spatial origin orb again, and poured a very powerful spatial energy into the Luotian gate. In the depths of this lightning, terrifying thunder pond, he opened a spatial door, allowing him to pass through the transparent barrier. When he left his original position, he placed a very large glowing rock. He went through the barrier and swam towards the rock, but the further he swam, the further away he went from the glowing rock. Going forward was going backwards, and going left could mean going left or going right. Going right could mean going in another direction. But there wouldn't be a single direction that could lead him back to his original location. Right now, Chun Xiang could only continue to explore deeper. Only then would he be able to find the source of energy to create this chaotic SPAC. As long as he destroyed this place, he would be able to go out. The same thing happened last time in the demon and devil sinkhole. The chaotic dimension was very special. Originally, it was only 100 steps, but you had to walk 1,000 steps and 10,000 steps to complete it. I'm too strong. I need to use the profound wood diamond armor. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue staying here. Right now, Chun Xiang could not support it with only his flesh body, so he had no choice but to release Profound Wu Diamond Armor S, allowing him to continue. Chun Xiang had not come up for a few days, and this Duan Chong was extremely worried. Then he went down and let Yin Xiao Dao and the others cultivate on their own. Duan Chong spent about 2 days to reach the location of the barrier. He only saw a glowing stone person with words engraved on it. Elder Duan, please don't worry, I'm fine. Chun Xiang knew that he had been trapped in this chaotic SPAC for a long time. Duan Chong must have returned.